For the future. We will formally start the inaugural session of the symposium. Professor Doctor. So we will start formally with the tilawat of from Quran Pak, few verses from Quran Pak.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Lately, Comstech has initiated few initiatives under which I would request Mr. Haseeb Ahmed to come up on the stage and introduce all the audience to the Comstech Technology and Innovation Portal. Mr. Haseeb.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Today's symposium on future technologies of the digital world is actually the perfect platform for me to introduce you to one of our new initiatives under the guidance of our Coordinator General. Basically, one of the key issues we realized is if you look at the OIC world, there was no single platform where each country could showcase their own technologies, their research. There was no common platform. So from there, we came up with this idea, and which has now become a reality. Through our Comstech Technology and Innovation Portal, we are providing a digital platform for the OIC world where they can showcase their emerging and existing technologies. This is the basic layout of our portal. In this portal, we are inviting exhibition of products, services, technologies in the following domains, which range from information and communication technologies to biosciences. So far, the portal is in its initial phase. So far, we have had 49 registrations, out of which we have had 33 products, 7 are prototype and 26 are commercial. I'll give you a basic demonstration of what the portal is and who it caters for. So the portal basically, it caters for two type of individuals. One who want to showcase their own technologies, their services to the rest of the OIC world. And the second are those that are searching for different products or technologies. They can be investors, they can be further from academia looking for collaborations or looking at what each country's research is focused on. To sign up for the portal, there's a basic a sign up procedure from here. You can sign up with your email and your password and you get authorized in 48 hours. Give an example of how to search for technologies. If we basically look at the different companies that are registered into this portal, we can further specify our research according to what our areas of interest are. Zoom into the different products that that company is showing, and I can go into further details of what those products are. And for example, over here we have Furthest Technology Park. This can also provide a platform for questions regarding the portal or any technicalities. You can simply use the
and National Distinguished Professor, Member HEC, Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Khan, Chancellor Case Institute, Dr. Shahid Mahmood, CEO Interactive Group, all distinguished speakers, and dear participant, Assalamu alaikum, and very good morning. We are here in the inaugural session of 2 days International Symposium of Digital Technologies for the Future World, organized by Comstech in collaboration with IEEE Educational Activities Karachi section. The Islamic world is vast and diverse, comprising of many developing and developed countries, which are still in need of skill and knowledge in scientific research and digital technologies. The transition towards digital technologies will determine the future path for developing countries to cope up from global future digital technology trends, scientific breakthroughs in the cutting-edge field of digital world. This international symposium will cover the diversified topic related to the recent global trend in world of IT, including smart application, embedded technologies, quantum and high performance computing, smart cities, technological advancement requirements, smart agriculture, machine learning, digitalization of supply chain, 5G network, autonomous system, artificial intelligence, optical signal processing, ICT social implications, 5G networks, and security and privacy. The adoption and integration of advanced digital technologies, 5G mobile network, the IoT, cloud computing, AI, big data, robotics means that we are moving now from a hyper-connected world to one of the digitalized economies and societies. In turn, the digital economy represents an opportunity for consumers to access information and knowledge of all kind in various formats, goods and services, and more streamlined forms of remote consumption. The development of the digital economy has radically changed the value proposition of goods and services by the reduction of transaction and intermediation cost and the exploitation of information from data generated and shared on digital platform. These digitally enabled models facilitate the generation and capture of data, which, when processed and analyzed with the smart tools, can be used in improve decision making and optimize the supply. The digital transformation of the production sector is taking the form of new management, business, and production models that are facilitating innovation and the introduction of new market and disrupting traditional industries. The expansion of industrial internet, smart systems, virtual value chain, and AI but here are the fun part of these innovation are what makes life easier in the upcoming years. From system to viral transmission, drones could deliver essential to your door next step and where industry can transforming our life. Human augmentation with the principle exceeding, replicating and supplementing human ability, human augmentation prevent infection rate. Machine learning algorithms are increasingly sophisticated. They in cover. According to expert, global expanding on cognitive and AI system will achieve $190 billion by 2020.
Excuse me, your mic is at mute. Please unmute your system. बंद कर दो.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Good morning, sir. It's pleasing to see our national hero and one of the distinguished scientists in the country, Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman. Basically, he is the one who brought like hundreds of scientists, including myself, who were serving abroad. Like I was serving in United States, like on a very prestigious visa, which is an outstanding scientist visa. And that visa, people know it is exactly like this one. Like Prime Minister go, he is bound to physical search, but a person with outstanding visa in United States is not bound to physical search. So I'm beside this one. Sir, thank you very much. So it's all due to your efforts that science in the Pakistan as well as in the Islamic world is progressing in a great way. And of course, Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry Saab, who is on your footsteps, and he is just continuing the paradigm that is of digital technology. So today, basically, I would like to share with you like what we are. Like I am heading a university that is a national skill university in Islamabad, and we have another university also, New Tech National University of Technology. Colleagues are sitting over here. So what we are, like, I mean, if we talk about digital technology, I will be very brief, I know it. One of the major things that is coming up, de-skilling. De-skilling, as you know, is a phenomena. Like these machines comes, and our colleague Sadiq Saab, he was telling about this emerging data and digital technologies and everything. Like new machines comes and new things come into practice, and people like me and several others, if we don't train ourselves, we become obsolete. And there will be, like, I mean, it's predicted that more than 50 to 60% of the people in the, like, I mean, in coming few years, they will be facing this challenge of de-skilling. So National Skill University is one of the university that, and including this New Tech and several other universities in the country, you might be hearing, they have been established, like how we can work with this digital revolution. And we try to save the people. It's not like people don't become obsolete. Like, I mean, they should keep running with the world. And particularly, I would like to particularly share over here that, and Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, like, I mean, this university is a very new university. We have been almost, this is our second year. And we basically, it's not the university that's run by the government. I mean, though it's a government university, but its decisions are made by a council that we call as an advisory council. And Professor Iqbal Chaudhry is one of the member of that advisory council. And beside this, like, I mean, one of the biggest company in the country, System Limited, they are part of this one. And like, these are the industrialists who sit with us, who sit with even our Chancellor, the President of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. And they advise us, they guide us that what type of employees they are looking for. So we go on that side. So this is what we are. And we are putting all the efforts. And of course, through the efforts of Professor Atta Saab, there is a lot more other like technology universities are coming, so that Pakistan as well as the Islamic world, like we can work together and we can become as the most progressive in the world. I know, I mean, I will be very brief because we definitely love to listen from the expert and from our honorable scientists. By training, I'm a virologist. I remember, like, I mean, in 10 or 15 years before, the American, there was their center, this counterterrorism force, they used to sit with me. They asked me, Prof, tell us, if somebody take the HIV and go and throw in the New York, what is going to happen? I said, nothing. He said, then why the people are scared about this one? I said, definitely something can happen if somebody is a crazy, have a small amount of like HIV on his nails and go and shake hand and keep scratching the people will be in trouble. But of course, we should not forget, like, I mean, this Spanish flu that was in 1918. Everybody, you are walking around and you are just spreading the infection. So that threat already, like, I mean, the world experienced this one. Guess what? This COVID come in. And initially, people, they were not like believing in this one. This COVID causing SARS coronavirus 2, I mean, Professor Atta and I have been on a number of TV program, and on daily basis, I interact my several these virologist colleagues also. This has totally changed the virology. This has totally changed the science of immunology. And like that one, if once we are talking about the digital technology, we have to think about this one also, that how we will be able to cope with these, impending challenges like COVID already posed us. Of course, the answer is the digital technology, but we have to keep saving the people also, like people lives that matter a lot. So I think there is a need for integration of digital as well as non-digital technology, as well as saving the people lives from the de-skilling phenomena. So with that, I would welcome all of you, and you all have a great stay. And it's my invitation also from Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry Saab and everybody sitting over here. You are more than welcome to visit our university. It's in the H8, very close to the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. It don't have labs. It has workshops where you can really get the feelings that how these skill university moves to make the world better. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, I will start.
Thank you, Professor Mukhtar. So now I would request Professor Dr. Bhavani Shankar Chaudhary, Chair IEEE Karachi Section, Meritorious and National Distinguished Professor, and he's a member of HEC as well. I would request him for the address for the inaugural session. Professor Bhavani.
Thank you for such a wonderful opportunity. All the distinguished guests, of course, our hero, Dr. Ataur Rahman Saab, and all the distinguished speakers, organizers, participants. Very good morning from Jamshoro. That's the education city having 3 major universities, Pakistan's first medical university in the name of our first Prime Minister, Liaquat Ali Khan, University of Medical Health Sciences, University of Sindh, Mehran Engineering University, Cadet College, Petaro. So we are having around 60,000 students in the vicinity of 20 kilometers. So I'm very sorry that I couldn't join yesterday. I got day before yesterday very severe flu. Today feeling a bit better. So at the outset, I really congratulate Comstech leadership for organizing this international symposium on digital technologies for the future world. I'm also happy that 3 years back we got another project approved under European Union capacity development in higher education. That is again digital technologies for business transformation. The objective of that project is to develop a curriculum with the help of European partners, master's curriculum, to offer this is like a program which can be which suits every graduate actually, be it from social science, be it from management, be it from engineering, be it from computer science, from every field. So that is we have already finalized and it's now going through quality assurance. So on behalf of IEEE Karachi section, I'm again grateful for having us as a technical collaborator. And I believe whatever knowledge gained from such a diversified topics, already I think mentioned by Dr. Sadiq Khan Saab, and I think this symposium will help all of us to learn more deeply and apply those future digital technologies in our education, in industry, in business, in health, e-governance, and replacing VIP culture. I would say I would be little bit putting highlight on vertically integrated projects later in the morning in my talk. that would be covered in that presentation. So once again, I'm highly grateful and looking forward for successful event. And I would show in the background my university, that is Mehran University. We took this photo this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. I would now request Professor Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Khan, Chancellor Sir Syed Case University, for his address. He is also connected with us online. So can you hear us?
Yes, I can. And if you could just enable my screen sharing, please.
So we've made you the co-host.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And so I would like very quickly go through the my perspective on digital technologies for the future. And as most of you know, I have been very closely working with Dr. Ataur Rahman, and he is my mentor. And also it is his vision that we are carrying for Pakistan to make sure that these digital technologies are incorporated in all our plans and endeavors. And once we were tasked to look for the digital and emerging technologies, we started looking into the reports like Gartner reports and Deloitte Insights, and finding out that what the world is focusing for the future. So in 2019, there was a lot of focus on artificial intelligence, machine learning, 5G technologies. And then in 2021, we realized that the focus, though, is not changing, but the blockchain technology is taking over, though AI and machine learning is still there. And so, but the blockchain, metaverse, and these are the new digital technologies, which I believe are the technologies of the future. And then I also started focusing on blockchain and finding out that this is just an amazing technology in relevance to Pakistan. Though we all have exposure and experience of artificial intelligence, and we all have been talking about AI and its application, like the Google, once we want to get to a destination, it uses an AI technology for finding the best path. There's technology AI, which is like we have learned from swarms and ants, that how they get to the optimal objective. And then so this is, I've made a lot of my students to work on these technologies. I have got 30 PhD students who have graduated. This is the thesis of one of the students, that how the swarm intelligence can help us in identifying a number plate on a car. So people nowadays are very excited about neural networks, and especially that how the scientists are trying to mimic the human brain, that how the neurons and billions of these neurons connected together and helping us to make the algorithm think like a human. Even now they are like captioning photographs, doing the scene analysis that is making the autonomous vehicles possible. And even now artificial intelligence is generating data. Like these are all the faces which does not exist in the world, but AI can actually generate data. This is an Irani professor who has invented this field in AI, which is fuzzy logic, which like fuzzifies every input and make it think like a human. Like if there is a lot of heat, then you want to change the knob of the air conditioner to make it more cooler. And then there are machine learning, which are like supervised and unsupervised learning. And these are the projects which under the leadership of Dr. Ataur Rahman, we have drafted on AI, on blockchain, on digital technologies, digitization, and the universities that we have started, which I know Dr. Ataur will spend more time in just letting you know that all the exciting work we are doing and making sure that we live in that future which we are envisioning, where the digital technology will be at the forefront. Blockchain technology is also an amazing technology, and especially for countries like us and for the Muslim countries, where we can deliver justice through this technology. And blockchain technology, what it does is that it just every transaction is recorded in a shared ledger, and it is an immutable transaction. Nobody can go back and change it, and that is what brings the justice and can bring the justice to our system. And another thing what the blockchain technology does is that it removes the intermediaries, it removes the central controller, may it be NADRA or HEC or police station or PTA or the land record or the patwaris, for the verification, for the authentication, for them sitting at the neck of every transaction. Which primarily, once a transaction happens, it works like an hourglass, where there's a central authority who is sitting, who is renting, and also is a major source of corruption and inefficiencies. Like in Punjab, this is I've taken from the newspaper, that vehicles are polluting because there is not enough staff to basically ensure that all these cars are checked for pollution, and so they're just polluting. We can bring them to our criminal justice system. This is just an example of a typical blockchain. We're just recording every transaction that happens into an immutable ledger, and which anybody can access, so nobody can go back and change it. The blockchain technology is already a $2 trillion technology. Though every currency is going down, though we still need to make sure that we have right policies and we don't just go and allow cryptocurrencies, but we need to just follow them and need to make sure that we change our policies to make good use of the technologies. Like I know State Bank of Pakistan is working on State Bank digital currencies to make sure that we make use of this future technology for Pakistan. And then what has changed the blockchain technology is this guy, a 19 years old Canadian, who changed the Bitcoin technology into Ethereum, where you can write a smart contract. A smart contract is primarily a piece of software that works like a justice system. And a smart contract is a self-executing contract, and it is an immutable contract. And so the software becomes law. So it is not a justice who is sitting and delivering justice, rather it's a software that shall be delivering justice. And I was listening to a Harvard professor who said, though in the first world they have a very stable justice system, but third world it is important that we use technology to deliver justice to our masses. And this is where we can actually use this technology to really say no to the corruption. And we are like looking into the avenues where the blockchain technology can substitute a fair legal system and provide requisite justice. And for example, I'm just working at how we can verify degrees without degrees being sent to Higher Education Commission, how we can insert digital signatures, which can be verified by anybody who wants to verify them. And also we need to see that in digital technologies or also in blockchain, there is something which is called non-fungible tokens. And non-fungible is which are unique, and we can enable a lot of our artists to, like, these are the art which are being sold at $600,000. A first tweet was sold for $2.9 million. This image was sold for $69 million, and these CryptoPunks are being sold at very high price. So we need to enable our artists to do digital art, and we put them into NFT platforms. And the last thing which I want to discuss is electrical grid for all the Muslim countries. And we know that 80% of our energy is coming from non-renewable energy. Now there is this big drive of smart grid, where instead of just using this expensive infrastructure, we can have solar systems and wind systems, and they are distributed all over the place. And the blockchain technology can enable houses to give electricity to their neighbors. And this is already happening. The blockchain technology is just digitizing the energy sector as well. Like in Brooklyn, there are 500 homes. They are just trading electricity with each other using blockchain technology. So is in Switzerland, and so in other countries. So we need to just make sure that we teach our kids about that, how these technologies should be used for our future. And that is what I've seen like rest of the world is doing. They're teaching their kids about the future technology. I just end my presentation by sharing you a question which I've given for practice to my class of blockchain. And I told them, let's imagine Pakistan in year 2050, where everything, every digital, every government department is digital. And then I have, rest of the questions. So it is our responsibilities as teachers, professors, that we just keep teaching our kids that how the future will look like, so that we prepare ourselves that how digital technologies can be used to make our countries better places to live. And so I conclude my this quick talk by saying that the COVID-19 has made us realize that digital technologies are very essential and important. And even in Pakistan, we are trying to focus with the help of the government and the Prime Minister and Dr. Atta to make sure that these technologies are in focus. And our universities are to make sure that, because there is a lot of dynamism, that we teach digital technologies to our kids. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Shoaib, for insights on different technologies and different projects. We wish you were here with us and share more knowledge with all the participants. Now, I will request the coordinator of comstech, Professor Mohammed Iqbal Chaudhary, for the address.
Thank you. Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Our mentor, teacher, Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman, the person who has changed the whole landscape of higher education in Pakistan, and nation is looking towards him for guidance in many, many future years to come. Our very dear Professor Dr. Shahid Mahmood, a technology wizard, a man who has a deep understanding of technology as well as businesses. And he is the one who actually helped Pakistan, working closely with Dr. Ataur Rahman in building very decent policies for digital technologies and digital education. My dear friend was Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Khan. He's the Vice Chancellor of K. Sassayed Institute of Technology. Professor Dr. Mukhtar, Vice Chancellor of Skill University, Pro-Rector, New Tech Skill University, Excellencies. We have ambassadors of Kazakhstan and Jordan, and representatives of the embassies of many countries, experts. We are absolutely delighted to have you. And we have many young people from Africa. So I can see people from Sudan, Nigeria, Cameroon, maybe Burkina Faso. There is an Azir girl, and about 115 of them from 33 countries. So this is truly and honestly a large gathering, which is put together by my colleague, Mr. Harris and Professor Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan, with the help of IEEE chapter and with the support of Professor Dr. Bhavani Shankar. You see, I promise that I will not talk about digital technology because I don't know much about it. So the only thing which I will tell you about biophysics, and the biophysics says that all the simulation studies prove that our body is designed to live for 122 years. So assume that we are living beyond 100 years of age, and many of you would actually live beyond 100 years of age. Why we die early? Because of our own bad deeds. We kill ourselves by stress, by overeating, and for different things also. But I want you to connect that with the fast digital changes, the education. And Professor Atta will tell you how fast this technology is expanding. And often remember what he says, that since the time of Adam and Eve, Hazrat Adam, till to date, whatever the knowledge which we have accumulated will be doubled in next 3 to 4 years. So you're talking about literally an explosive growth of knowledge. Think of it, today I have to ask the help of my younger son for configuring my telephone. So I'm literally becoming illiterate in the definition of new technologies. So my prediction is that in the 120 years of age, people would be going at least 3 cycles of education. So rectors and pro-rectors here should be ready to educate people at the age of about 55 years. They will come for 5 years of education, of free learning everything because they have forgot everything and they know very little about the technologies. And maybe at the age of 85 years, isn't it? So 3 cycles of structured learning, and this is what the new world will look like. The question is, are we ready for this in OIC world? 1.95 billion people. Every year we look into the statistics because comstech serve as an observatory for science and technology in the Muslim world, and we find that our population is growing. I mean, I don't know about other growth much, but population is growing with extremely fast pace. 1.95 billion people. 55% of them are below the age of 23. Think of it. The problems of OIC world are literally everything in the textbook of problems. From food insecurity to energy insecurity, from illiteracy to poverty, from unemployment to regional conflict, whole range of different issues. And many of these issues are chronic in nature because since right from the beginning, we have this immense problem of huge challenges which OIC world faces today. Now, I see digital technologies as one of the ways through which many of these problems can be solved. For instance, we had a program with Islamic Organization of Food Security in which we are working with precision agriculture, and that can help in solving problem with the food security. We have a program with Invertem in Jordan, and that can help in developing a better water resource management system. We have a program with the International Foundation of Science in which we are dispersing about $1.2 billion for research grants to young people, mainly in African countries. We have recently initiated a program with the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology in Trieste, and that is focusing on human, industrial, and health biotechnology. So a whole range of different initiatives which comstech has taken. What I wanted to say that I think the real thing which we need to do is to develop capacity. By providing them opportunities of going into the top institution of the Muslim world, for which comstech has established consortium of excellence. So we have an elite group of institutions which form comstech consortium of excellence, which include universities in Pakistan, which include universities in Turkey, Malaysia, Iran, Egypt, and other countries. So there's so many of these universities that now form comstech consortium of excellence, and we are using this consortium to train people, develop their skills and knowledge and understanding on different technologies. We also have a newly launched program with TWAS, the World Academy of Sciences, and UNESCO for Science in Exile. Muslim world, you will find every second country is affected from regional conflict, and you will find large number of scientists displaced. comstech has launched a program of about $1.14 million every year, which would be used for helping scientists in exile to continue to have their science projects in different laboratories of the world. So there are so many of these initiatives which we are focusing, but our focus is now in Africa. 17 LDCs, least developed countries in Africa. And I think Africa is the new frontier. This is an area in which we all have to work together because these are the areas, this is the part of the OIC region where we have to have major actions because we can see a great impact on it. So I have had a meeting with the OIC Secretary General in Jeddah just 2 days ago, and we have discussed a major program comstech is going to launch with OIC in African countries. And I'm going to tell you that this is going to be a real mega project in the field of health and science and technology. Digital technology and emerging technologies, I'm sure that Dr. Shahid will tell you about, and Professor Atta will strengthen the views about that, is extremely suited for development in the Muslim world, where we have no capital intensive development possible, where we can not really have huge infrastructure, where we not have large industries. The real asset of the Muslim world is intellectually bright people, bold, bright, and beautiful people like you. And I think this is the asset of OIC world. We need to invest in you because introducing you with the technologies, developing your skills, this is the new frontiers of development for the Muslim world. Here we do not really need to have major capital intensive investment. It is more of an intellectual intensive. And this is the reason why comstech has a huge program of developing capacity in different technologies. I'm absolutely delighted to have you here. Excellencies, your presence is a major source of strength. You have been always a great support for us, and we are very happy to have many resource persons from different countries. Thank you very much for your participation in this comstech event. Thank you.
Sir, for briefing about different initiatives of comstech. We would also welcome our participants who are virtually connected with us. There are over 129 participants from different OIC countries who are participating in this symposium online. I would request all the online participants, if they have any questions, they can post their questions on the chat, and we'll get back to you in the next technical session. Now I would request Dr. Shahid Mahmood, CEO, Interactive Group, for the keynote address.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all who are present. It's always an honor and a challenge to speak after Dr. Shoaib and Dr. Iqbal and before Dr. Ataur Rahman. These are people I grew up looking up to, especially Dr. Atta, who has been a mentor to most of us. I have had the pleasure of being one of his proteges in the good old days when technology started. And I still look up to him, and I feel I wish and I could learn the one trick that he has is how he keeps his energy level so high. I think that's a challenge. Once we get to know, we will all move there. So sir, with your permission, it is indeed always an honor to speak at comstech, the conduit that is connecting the entire Muslim world. And what I would like to take is what Dr. Shoaib has said. I would not like to repeat that. And what I know Dr. Atta has greater insight than me will say, and what Dr. Iqbal has said. I'll just try and highlight 2 or 3 things that I feel we in this August House must try and understand. And then only will we understand digital futures as we want to see it. If we see from 2006 to 2021, 8,977 companies have triggered the market capitalization. Technology could not have been moving at a greater pace than what we are seeing today in this day and age. And this capitalization is actually ranking companies from the West, from Apple to Facebook, who are crossing trillions of dollars. And this is a collective economy strength of most of the countries. If we put all the OIC countries together and we look at what these individual companies are doing, we would understand that this is a formidable challenge that is coming because of the digital technologies in the future where it is going. If you look at Apple at 2.3 trillion and Microsoft at 2.17, we have others like Elon Musk and his technology games going on. But when you look at all of these players, you understand where the world is going. And to top it, COVID, I think, was one of the greatest catalysts to the digital world that people may have or can ever realize or understand. Because of COVID, things have moved, and what is the most significant is that they have moved across the board. People have adopted digital technology right across the board. 58% globally has been the interaction of digital percentage since COVID came in. And this has been one of the greatest accelerators. It is 3 times, or in Asia Pacific, where we feel that we are digitally behind, is at 4 years. The acceleration adoption has been that fast. So COVID, even though a pandemic has taken the world by a storm, has given us far greater challenges, but then has moved the entire spectrum of services and everything in a manner that the world has never seen. When you look at all of this, you then try and understand what are the technologies offering us. And this is where I would like to register my first thought. Unlike a technologist, but as an entrepreneur and as somebody who is trying to balance between the academia and the industry and the future. The global world is very centric to the Western world, and the Western world is capitalizing, and when you see the capitalization of all of these companies. But then there is a change that is happening. Pakistan has completed, is in its 75th year, 3 more years. 78 years, we will hit the 21st century. It took the world 230,000 years to become 1 billion people, 230,000 years. It then took 100 years to add another billion. It then took 33 years to add another billion. Then it is today, 10 to 12 years, we are adding 1 billion people. If it's the people who are generating the data, and it is the connectivity that the digital world is now offering us. If we talk about 5G, it is 100 times more than the 4G. And by 2030, if we have 6G operational, it'll be 1,000 times. 1,000 times generated data being communicated at that speed with the storage and every capacity that we have. We have yet to explore the human body and its storage capacity at body temperatures. It is a phenomenal area. I don't want to tap onto that. The point that I want to make is in the next 78 years, the world from a population configuration will change. And that is where all of these technologies will want to tap into the know-how of those regions. And what would be those regions? 40% of the world will be in Africa. 42% of the world will be in Asia. So 82% of the world is addressed like this. North and South America will be 4%. The entire of Europe will be only 6%. Now comes the next question. Who are the 10 top countries in the world population-wise in the 21st century? The top 10 countries are, number 1 is India. It will maintain its 1.02 billion people. The number 2 is Nigeria. Not China, Nigeria. China, because of its one policy decision, will be at 750 million. It will be at the 3rd position. Nigeria will have more than China. The 4th country in the world with the US, where the current base of technology and know-how is residing, but that will change. 5th will be Pakistan. 6th will be the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then it will be Indonesia, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Egypt. 5 of the top 10 countries in the world will be countries that will come out from Africa. How much do we know? And I'm so glad that Comstech and has the presence of so many African representatives here. How much do we know about this culture? How much do we know about their consumer habits? How much do we know about what skills that they want. So technology will move to connect you across these silos as quickly as possible. But it lies within us as OIC countries, it lies within us as Muslim countries, as Pakistanis, to encash and understand where the world will drift and how we need to get the base knowledge there. Technology is just a tool. And future technologies will give us vertical clouds, they will give us automation in a different pace. They will sort of trigger real defense will come into cyber AI because there will be so much data floating around. And when we look at all of this technical stack, people will have to start changing and looking at. We were talking about healthcare. Today, the devices that are connected do not have the HIPAA compliance. So 98% of the healthcare devices need to be looked at in different ways. These are all opportunities that will come up. But the base thing is the reskilling that we were talking about, as Dr. Saab was telling us, reskilling. So I will go straight to reskilling. There are 4 broad skill categories that we have to look at, 13 separate skills and 56 distinct skill sets that we will need, talent pools that we will need. I will leave these slides. I know it's quite not readable up there, but I don't want to dive into this. But what we need to understand is humans have to be understood from the ecological and the cultural systems that they have. Social media has taught us that people who like each other connect with each other. So if you have population pools and understanding of humans and behaviors and everything else, they will connect to each other. And the beauty of technology would be to give you that tool to connect at that speed and store. But it will never be able to teach you the basic sciences. So what strengths Dr. Iqbal and Dr. Atta carry with themselves are strengths we need to keep encouraging in the science and technology world. We need to have these pools of strength and strengthen them. Then comes the add-on on the top, which is how do we use technology? We do it or we don't do it, it will still happen because the world will push the knowledge base with the connectivity and the pace that we have, that we will able to achieve it. In Pakistan, we can see how fast we are going with startups. This year, the last year, 2021, we saw the maximum from 57.7%, the million dollars that we had to 310 million. And this will keep quadrupling in the years to come. So we need to focus, help these kids understand. But I think the basic understanding of digital futures needs to be that you need to know who has the base knowledge, then comes the tools. And the tools will be there in so many factors, in so many multiple factors that we can keep counting, and they will keep changing and evolving as the human connectivity takes place. 9 billion to 11 billion people talking at the speeds that humans have never imagined, using devices and the human body as a storage capacity. The world will be a very different place. For us, we can only imagine the unimaginable, but it will take time, and that is what we need to keep pace with. With that, I thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for putting out a different perspective in front of the audience. Now I would request our chief guest, Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman, eminent scientist, UNESCO laureate, and the chairman of PM Task Force on Science and Technology, Professor Atta. He is virtually connected with us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, my dear colleague, friend, former student, there can be no greater joy for a teacher than to see his student, mashallah, prosper and do so well internationally and get recognition. So my heartiest congratulations again for adding yet another feather in your cap, the Mustafa Prize that you received recently. So you're a pride for all of us, Professor Iqbal. Professor Mukhtar, we have worked together. We've been right from the early days when we started this program to get our most distinguished scientists back from abroad. So you are an internationally known expert in virology, and so it was a real pleasure to have you come to Pakistan and to serve this country in many ways. So the nation is grateful and we look forward to your contributions as heading the Skills University. Professor Bhavani Shankar Chaudhary, we are colleagues together now in the commission, and I'm greatly looking forward to working with you. And there are challenges in the higher education sector, which you know, and we need to work together to try to address these challenges. So it's been a pleasure interacting with you over the years, and we look forward to your wisdom and guidance, Dr. Saab, to take the higher education sector, because that's critical for the socio-economic development of Pakistan. Shahid Mahmood Saab, you and I go back a long way. When I was the Minister for IT and Telecom, we benefited from your great wisdom, and you guided us. And those 2.5 years that I was there as the minister, there was a dramatic change in the entire IT scenario of Pakistan. The IT policy was formulated and approved. The Pakistan's first satellite was placed in space. The Pakistan Educational Research Network was set up, which provided digital access to some 65,000 textbooks and 25,000 international journals. The mobile telephony underwent a dramatic transformation. There were only about 200,000 mobile phones at that time. And through consultation with you and other colleagues, we decided to change the calling regime so that only the calling party will pay and not the call receiving party, and also brought in U-phone at much lower rates, creating market competition. And that led to an explosive growth in the mobile telephony sector, and gave a 15-year tax holiday to the IT industry, which has gone on till now. It has been extended, and that helped to boost the IT industry, and did many other things at that time, which laid the foundations for the digital age that we are very much into today. And Shahid Saab, you have adequately described the opportunities and challenges that lie before us. And with a population with about almost 70% of our population below the age of 30, it is a demographic advantage for a limited 2 or 3 decades, which we must cash in on through investments in education, in science, in technology, and in innovation and entrepreneurship. And the fastest way to do that is to invest in digital technologies, invest in computer science and the areas that are coming out of it, with applications in agriculture, in health, and industry. And there are myriad applications as you have just described. Professor Shoaib Khan, it's been a real pleasure working with you. Your contribution will always be remembered by the nation. We have worked together in the Knowledge Economy Task Force, and you have worked day and night to formulate projects and to fight battles with me, with the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Planning and Development, and with other ministries to try to win projects for Pakistan. And already there is an impact taking place, which is visible through a number of initiatives, and also through the new programs that are being undertaken. And Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan and Excellencies, there are many ambassadors here, I understand. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning to all of you. I was going to show you some PowerPoint slides, but I decided to just talk extempore, and I won't be doing that. But I'll just give you, firstly, let me start by congratulating Comstech, which has come alive again, Professor Iqbal, under your dynamic leadership. And there are so many new projects that you have started. And so the Comstech Technology and Innovation Portal, which has been now revived under your leadership, promises to be a mechanism for linking scientists and their innovations with industry and their applications. So this, I think, is a very worthwhile initiative. 2 days ago, I happened to be with the Prime Minister at a function in the Pakistan Austrian University, which we have set up just about 50 miles outside Islamabad, This is in Haripur, Hazara. And this was the inauguration of the special technology zone. And the first of these zones will be set up within this university. And it will be focused on digital technologies and their applications. This is a very interesting university. It is the beginning of a dream that I had about 2 decades ago, finally materializing, at least beginning to materialize. I was in the process of setting up a network of international universities in Pakistan. 9 German universities had agreed to form a consortium to set up the Pakistan German University in Lahore. Half a dozen Austrian universities for the Pakistan Austrian University in Lahore. Similarly, Swedish universities for a university in Sialkot, all focused on various aspects of engineering sciences. Chinese universities in Islamabad, and the French, Italian, and Korean in Karachi and in Sindh. And this was a process in which many projects were approved. 4 of them were approved by ECNEC, but then there was a change of government and the whole program evaporated. So I'm happy to state that about 4 years ago, I went to Imran Khan before he became the Prime Minister, and I said, look, we have international contacts. They are willing to come and join us in these initiatives. They are excited by our proposal. And as a result, the KP government funded the first university, which has now started operations in a beautiful locality in Haripur, undulating hills around it with a beautiful lake. And so if you do have time, do visit it. And it is unique in several ways. Firstly, it is, there are 8 foreign universities, 3 from Austria and 5 from China, who will be participating and giving their degrees to our students. So it is, to my knowledge, the first university in the world with a multiple degree system, where a student in one department will get a degree from one Austrian university and one in the second department from another Chinese university, and so on. So a multiple degree. It is also a unique university because it focuses firstly on skill sets, the Fachhochschule part with bachelor's and master's degrees. It then focuses on postgraduate research, which is equivalent to the technical universities in Europe, in Germany or Austria. And then it has a technology park with a stream for innovation and entrepreneurship. So this is an excellent initiative. 100% of PhD, 100% of its faculty has PhD degrees, and we plan to maintain a ratio of about 1 PhD level faculty for every 12 to 15 students as the university grows, because that's one area of critical importance. A similar university is now being established in Sialkot. The project has been approved, and a third university it's coming up in Islamabad, in the land behind PM House. And all these universities, one of the major thrust areas is that of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, IoT, and robotics, and the applications of these in agriculture and health. We are also in the process of setting up a network of centers of excellence in artificial intelligence, and these have already been funded and are beginning to take shape. So there are some wonderful programs underway. Just 3 or 4 days ago, we had a program starting from Stanford, in which a group at Stanford and MIT together are training our students in coding skills, our faculty and students in coding skills. So this hackathon has started, and under this program, a very large number of our students of computer sciences are going to benefit, and will become, and it'll be much easier for them to procure jobs. The Ministry of IT and Telecom has formed, I happen to be the co-chair of the task force of the Prime Minister's task force on IT and Telecom, along with the Minister of IT. And we have 3 subcommittees, and Dr. Shoaib is heading one of them, and there are 2 others. And under that, we have been looking at our IT policies of what we need to change. And Shahid Saab, with your guidance and advice, if you have any suggestions of some urgent measures that we need to take, then the Prime Minister is very receptive to any good suggestions. And you can see already that there is a sharp increase in exports, which is beginning to take place. And we are expecting a 75% increase in export during the coming year through the changes in policies in IT. So I'll be happy to take that forward. A little bit about my own interests, which are in the area of neuroscience, and which are Iqbal and I have been working together on understanding the function of the human brain, on how these 100 billion neurons, each connected to 10,000 other neurons, store memories and are then able to recall, and what goes wrong in neurodegenerative diseases such as epilepsy and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and so on. And we have about 20 US patents on some of the exciting discoveries that we have made in the field of epilepsy. And now we are working on Parkinson's, and some very interesting compounds have been discovered. And these then are linked to the manner in which we think and will and have applications in the field of neuroscience, and then of course in computer science also. One example of what our knowledge economy task force was able to achieve with only 3 months of effort was that through use of digital technologies, through use of developing some algorithms, we got the data in FBR was linked to NADRA, and working with NADRA, we were able to get an additional 65 billion rupees, not million, billion rupees of tax collection by identifying over 100,000 non-tax filers who should have filed tax, and informing them that we have this data available about you. If you don't file tax, then you will be in trouble. So just bringing in transparency through application of digital technologies can dramatically change the whole area of tax collections without the need of any physical interactions. So this is just one example of what we could achieve just with zero expenditure by the government, just by having the digital technologies come into play. At present, I'm working with the Prime Minister and trying to persuade the present government to declare a national education emergency. Pakistan spends about 2.6% of its GDP in education, which is far too low. And so the Prime Minister has agreed in principle and has asked me to work with the Ministry of Education to come forward with a scheme. And our proposal is that the government should increase its allocations to education by 0.5% of GDP each year, so that we can touch 5% within the next 4 to 5 years. And this money should not just go for higher education, it should be for strengthening primary education, secondary, technical, and higher education. And our program with Dr. Shoaib and I and others have worked very hard to develop involves the use of technology to empower our students. So connectivity, there are 4 major challenges. The first is access to bandwidth. The second is contents, having appropriate contents available on site. The third is mentoring. Students who have access to these contents being able to ask questions and being given a suitable response in a timely fashion, mentoring. And the fourth is assessment, making sure that they are up to the mark. So if we can meet these 4 challenges appropriately, then a lot can be achieved. So we are focusing on use of technologies to empower students in schools, in colleges and universities, and also out of school children, moving rapidly towards blended education. So a 6 billion rupee project has been approved for the virtual university under the Knowledge Economy Task Force project for moving all our universities towards blended education. And under a new policy, and Bhavani Shankar Saab, we'd like your help in getting this policy approved through the commission, is an open distance learning policy so that our universities can start enrolling students who are not physically there, but who want to get enrolled. So just like the virtual university or the Allama Iqbal Open University, our other universities should also be able to do this. And so open the doors, because for every 10 students who pass out from high school, only one gets a chance to get admission into a university. So subject to quality assurance measures, subject to the availability of faculty, I think this could again be a major game changer for the development of the education sector in Pakistan. So this open distance learning policy is now being formulated with the help of Dr. Naveed Malik, who was at the virtual university, who was heading the virtual university previously, and then was in Vancouver, and he's now back in Lahore, and he's helping and guiding us along with Dr. Suhail Naqvi and others in the development of this program. So this national educational emergency, I plan, along with the Minister of Education and others, to meet the Prime Minister later this month to present our joint proposal. And we hope that from the next financial year, the country will start seeing a major change of directions with education getting the highest national priority. And this was also promised by the Prime Minister in his speech 2 days ago that he made at the inauguration of the Special Technology Zone in the Pakistan-Austrian Fachhochschule. So I don't want to take more of your time. I just we had a glimpse of where the world is going through the excellent presentation of Shahid Mahmood Saab and Dr. Shoaib and other colleagues. And we in the Islamic world must be prepared to ride this huge wave that is coming and not be submerged under it. And this we can do through investments in our real wealth, which is our children, through empowering them, through education, and then unleashing their creative potential so they can contribute to the process of socio-economic development. So I'd like to congratulate all of you and wish you all success in this seminar and workshop and the lecture that we delivered today. And if you have any good ideas that you think we should be implementing in this country, so Shahid Saab, you and other colleagues here, please send me an email and I'll be happy and delighted to take them forward and work together with you towards their implementation. So thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Allah Hafiz. May God protect all of us. Ameen.
Thank you, sir, for walking us through different initiatives and programs in Pakistan. I thank all the dignitaries, excellence, who were present for the inaugural session, that they took out time and participated in the inaugural session. Now I would request all the participants to move for the tea break, as we are a bit late on the program. So I would request for a short tea break for 15 minutes and we'll resume the session at 10 past 11. So I request the dignitaries and excellencies to stay for a group photo and all the participants to move out to the hall for the tea.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So we welcome you all in the first session after the inaugural on digital technologies for future world. So we are very fortunate enough that we have with us Professor Dr. D.M. Akbar Hussain from Aalborg University, Denmark. Sir, we are very thankful for your kind support here, to be a part of this international symposium. So now I request Professor Dr. Akbar Hussain to proceed further as a session chair of this session.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great honor for me to introduce the first speaker. He's a very good friend of mine. He's president of Falcon Consulting, CEO, Pakistan Institute of Entrepreneurship. I can count on how many places he's president or CEO, but I think I will maybe I'll be very brief and very focused. Tahir believes in doing things with new technologies, new setups for the companies, and through these new technologies and setups, he wants to bring the change which the new situation or current needs are. So I would request Tahir to please come and give his speech. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي صدق الله العظيم. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Akbar Sahab. It's a great honor and privilege to have sharing stage with these eminent scholars, starting from Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman and Dr. Iqbal and all my other colleagues from industry and academia. We have started this journey, as Dr. Ataur Rahman mentioned in his speech, with the foundation of Ministry of IT and then IT policy making process. And now, Alhamdulillah, we are talking about the technology for the Muslim world and technology for the social change, technology for the development of good humans in the world, on the planet, and we have to make the change in our economy as well as for the other countries, as Dr. Shahid mentioned, that population will be tilted towards Asia and Africa. So we have to understand and we have to take part to play our role as country as well as academia, industry, government and society linkages. This is my major area. We have to understand that technology is for the betterment of society. So if there is no social change in the society, the development is no use. So we have to understand that what are we doing and what is the impact on the society and what is the impact on the governance and what is the impact on the humanity. If we are understanding that we are doing some good things in the world, then we have to correlate or we have to link between all these four players, which is industry, academia, society, and government. Government, I'm using as governance maker or governance regulators. So technology for a better future. If we study the landscape of Pakistan, so we are an agriculture country. So we have the largest canal system of the world. It's not a joke. But are we utilizing the water in a scientific way? Are we utilizing the water with the help of IoT and sensors? Answer is no. So that is the challenge for the Africa as well, which will be the most populous country in the world. And the hunger we are observing in Africa and Asian countries is by and large related to this very challenge. Fortunately, a member of IEEE Pakistan, Mr. Amir Zahoor, he developed a device, a gadget, and a software which is regulating the tube well system, not only in Pakistan, but in the world. And he won the silver medal in the global championship for the innovation. So this is a great honor for us. 10 days ago, this was awarded to Pakistan. So these are the areas where we can connect Pakistan or technology with the global world, with the persons, people, countries, and requirement of the issues and challenges mentioned in the Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 in total, and these are interconnected with all the areas or walk of life. So we'll discuss in our next slides. So this is the impact of business, particularly my other colleagues in their introduction mentioned. So I'll not go into detail, but the technology can be used as a catalyst. I'll share we are using in Pakistan the impact of technology, the adaptation of COVID. During the COVID, we are using the technology. Let's take the example of NCOC. We will not be able to analyze the artificial intelligence impact on the COVID in Pakistan. And let's take the example of yesterday's count. This is 46% positive cases in Karachi. This is the highest rate. So we have how we can measure these activities by the help of data, and from where we can get data with the help of technology. So impact of technology on the healthcare is very relevant as related to the economy, as related to the banking sector, as related to the education. So if we have to alleviate our education system, Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman Sahab mentioned in his speech that we have to cover this gap by 2050. So if we want to build schools, colleges, and universities with bricks and mortars, can we financially afford that? Answer is no. So we have to understand that what gadget we can use to educate our children. In Pakistan, they are in you can say 350 million people are out of school. So at one time, this is a problem. We are treating this problem as a challenge, and then there is an opportunity in this challenge for the teachers, for the coordinators, for the investors, for the innovators, for the entrepreneurs, that they can start, as well as in healthcare, they can start in education sector as well. So technology has a bigger impact on social science or sociology for the country if we use it properly. So I divided it into three major areas to understand on a very grassroots level. The first one is affordability. We can afford one gadget, say one tab of not more than 5,000 rupees. But in terms of if we have a basta bag, school bag, that will cost you 7,000 to 10,000 rupees every year. You have to repeat. But the tab you can use for at least 3 years. So this is one area where our friend Dr. Shahid Kamar in USA is supporting us in terms of technology, that he has established one gadget which is usable even where there is no internet or where there is no Wi-Fi, no connectivity on the mobile phones, far-flung areas of Pakistan, Africa, and other countries. Since we are discussing the global perspective and we are discussing the 57 Muslim countries in particular, that we have to understand by which means we can use this technology to change the global perspective, especially the underworld countries. So first one is affordability. The second one is scalability. We can scale up the school, college, and universities. We can scale up the healthcare system. We can scale up the agriculture sector. We can scale up the other areas where we can have to reach by traveling 1200 miles, 1200 kilometers, 1800 kilometers, and connectivity with other countries. Let's take the example of today's conference. We are having this conference in Islamabad and we are sharing it with 138 countries, and people are enjoying, or people are taking benefit from them. And there is a recorded facility as well. We can have benefit from some other time if somebody is busy at the moment. So scalability is one area. Then community. We can benefit by engaging our community to have benefits from them. Distance learning, online education. So this pandemic or COVID has a very positive impact as well on the globe, on the society, on the systems we are going to digitalize. Let's take the example of digitalization in education sector, school, college, and universities. And if particularly we use the scale of universities, our three companies were trying to give the digital systems to the universities of 320 universities of Pakistan. The journey we traveled in last decade is one example, and in last 1 year, we covered the distance in the digitalization is far better in terms of percentage, because the online education, all the students are sitting here from Fatima Jinnah Women University. The online education is one lethal part at the moment. And our earlier speakers mentioned that Professor Dr. Ataur Rahman also mentioned that we are inviting universities from all over the world to have their campuses as well as the online system, as we have Allama Iqbal Open University, we have Virtual University, and all other Coursera, Khan Academy, and all that. So technology is making possible these connectivity towards the globe, that yes, we can learn, we can have sharing of information, we can have data to be shared to analyze for the better world. So, sorry. These are the pyramids, or these are the global perspective that we can connect anything on the globe with any country, any area of the world by having some technology or some tools. So the implementation of e-commerce is again one byproduct of COVID. The percentage we achieved in last 10 years and the percentage we achieved in 1 year of COVID is phenomenal. So these are the areas. And then healthcare, we were not able to consult a doctor on a phone before the COVID, but in COVID, yes, 90%, more than 90% people consulted the doctor on phone. Yesterday, my daughter, she is COVID positive, not living with me, by the way. She is at her home after marriage. So she's COVID positive and she was consulting her doctor on phone. Fortunately, the cell number in the database was mine. So they called me and then I reverted them to her. So this is one example where we have connectivity with the area. There is no limitation as well. So healthcare is one area. This is the typical photograph you are seeing daily on television, that NCOC is having a meeting and they are collecting data and they are securing Pakistan. By the help of technology, Pakistan secured the last 2 attempts of COVID very aggressively. There are so many other factors as well. We have a best immunity system as per our region. Being a Muslim, we have some rituals, we have some systems by which we are doing halal food, we are doing halal habits in our society. Then we have a very positive approach towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we have iman that yes, we can survive. So the technology is making possible the NCOC activity in Pakistan to get data through technology and analysis, artificial intelligence. We can analyze the last 2 attempts of COVID throughout the globe And then we can, with the help of artificial intelligence, we can analyze that these are the areas, these are the tendencies. In February, we'll have this. In March, we'll have this. This country or this city will have this impact with the help of previous data or previous records. So technology is very important. In every area of Pakistan, you can have your certificate of COVID vaccination, and then the booster, and then all other support. This is the immunization certificate, which is required for admission or some other travel, things like that. So if we want to start a software house in Pakistan, nowadays it's very easy. We have virtual offices, we have virtual, thank you very much. So nice. So you can understand my friend is so caring. Thank you, Bishop. So my favorite area is startups and entrepreneurship. And with the help of this online digital technology, we can share or partner with anybody in the world, in any city in Pakistan. In same city, the connectivity to have your business established, or the impact of digital marketing, the impact of supply chain management, sitting in Islamabad, sitting in Pakistan, for the whole Amazon world, for the whole Alibaba world, for the whole Daraz PK, you can have impact on. So you can explore other markets, as Shahid Saab mentioned that Asia and Africa will be the most populous countries. So you can use your digital marketing tools or your e-commerce portals to connect with these countries, sitting in Pakistan, sending your products to their countries, because we have some products surplus in Pakistan, we have to export, and with these technologies, you can make it possible. You can have your local programs in your local languages, in your local healthcare system, education system, supply chain delivery systems, transportation management, your booking, your telephone. In one day, I can roughly say 15 years ago, the ticket for air travel, the jacket of that ticket was costing 600 rupees to PIA. 600 rupees. There was a pre-printed jacket with carbonized paper, and there was a huge 10 lakh rupees printer, dot matrix printer, high speed, on which that ticket was printed. But nowadays, you don't have to have your ticket with you. Just show on your mobile phone. You can travel. You can show your this immunization certificate online. So save paper, save planet. This is another slogan. So healthcare programs, education programs, or any campaign, you can run on that. So online consultation, not only for doctors, with your lawyers, with your consultants, with your family, the impact of WhatsApp or any other tools like WhatsApp. The family system is very closed. We are using it commercially. We are using it for business as well. So these are the impact of technology on social areas. This is the example of other services. Then I have a little bit impact of sustainable development goals on our life, especially in Pakistan. There are 17 areas we all know, but we have to understand what is the connectivity of these 17 into each other. In some areas, there 5 are connected. In some areas, 7 are connected with each other. So we have to have impact on our practical life, personal life, professional life, and industry, academia, society, and government linkages. Because the research we are doing in universities is locked under the gate of university. We have to open it for the public. We have to open it for the society, and we have to cross-match that either this research is applicable to the industry, or this is beneficiary to the society, or this is beneficiary to the government. So these are the challenges we can understand. You all know the SDGs and impacts of SDGs. These are 17 areas: hunger, poverty, good health, quality education, clean drinking water, affordability of clean energy. All these can be possible only through technology. let me assure you. But if you want to send one piece of document to any other city, it will cost you 300 rupees at the moment. You can say $2. But with your WhatsApp message or with your technology usage, you can send anything to everybody from sitting in this hall if you have internet connectivity. So this is my 2 cents for the today's session on impact of technology on social sector or society, or what we can achieve from them. My one humble suggestion is, please opt the technology in true spirit. Please use this, apply this to your, starting from your mobile phone. And this is the only gadget will be available for in next 2-3 years. There will be no mobile, laptop and desktop utilization. So this industry is growing very rapidly, and all education system and all the healthcare system and all the other areas, areas we mentioned here, will be in your mobile phone, and you can run the whole world through this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my friend. I have a question, but before I ask you that question, is there any question from the audience? Yes. Can you complete the floor?
Ji, please. Please. Right. Right. This is for one question. Should I answer first? Yes. Okay. Very good question. Very interesting question. The impact of online assessment for interviews, for job, or online exam, you can say Viva or any research. There are methodologies. My son applied in a company for a job. He is 30-year-old and he is expert in e-commerce. He's heading our e-commerce department as well. So that company gave him 10 games, online games, to play online. So he's a player of online games, Dota and all that. He's a champion. So by using that tools, they were analyzing that what are his focus on the product, on the service, on the seriousness, on the so many areas, number one. There are tools available to understand the interview capacity or capability or the norms with the help of artificial intelligence, with the help of all other areas, number one. Number two, the human resource management, HRM, is also changed in last 1.5 years. So we have global best practices. The Society of Human Resource Management, SHRM, is doing tremendous research on these online trainings, online interview skills, online selection processes. And there are software tools like MBTI. This is another assessment tool which were used in PTCL for the new hiring of thousands of people. And all other multinational companies, banks, oil companies, they are using these software. So we have to understand the technology, these tools available for these assessments, and the interview and interviewee both have to be conversant with the technology to understand. And let's take the example of online examination. My colleague teachers from universities raised this point, that how can we assess a student or how can a student give exam like we were taking in the hall. So my humble submission was, my dear teachers, you have to opt a new questionnaire system, which will be open book system. So you have to focus on quality of questions, which is related to the subject, but with the help of general possibilities, with the help of open book. Even you can sit in the library to answer your question paper. The quality of question must be very good to understand the questionnaire, question paper, and the subject which is taught by the university or teacher. This is my humble answer to your question. So what is the second question? Okay. G, please.
Can you speak up a little louder, please?
Take second mic here. From the top. Yes.
I think you have to press the button.
This is very important. You have to press the button.
I have to press the button.
You have to use the technology.
Okay, so I'm from Karachi, and recently I went to Dow University. There they have opened a simulation center for medical students 2 days ago, and tomorrow is the workshop there being held there to train some students in the usage of the robots that they have there. So what I have to ask here is that we are working so much on, digitizing the learning system, right? We are trying to use technology instead of books. We're trying to use a lot of equipment instead of the traditional systems that we've been using. But where are we working on the actual curriculum? Because we all know that it has been obsolete for quite a while, the curriculum. And it has to also evolve with the technology. So is there any work going on for the curriculum?
Thank you very much. Yes, we have to understand, there are two types of curriculums. It's on basic sciences. We have the basics, which cannot be changed, which is, you can say, standard in the world, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology. But the point you mentioned is very important, that we have to change with respect to the technology. We have to change with respect to the modernization of the digitalization. Digitization is something else. Digitalization is automation of the total process, as digital exam, digital online admissions, online supply chain management, online salary, banking, payroll systems, and all that. So yes, curriculum must be revised on a very sharp, very short time basis, because the technology is changing after every 3 months. So you have to be very fast in changing the curriculum. Yes. Number two, the gadgets and the tools required to be used in the curriculum, teaching, exam, assessment, and again, interviews and job placement. Rather, OD, this organizational development, this is a tool in human resource development. They are also changed. There is no physical training required at the moment. You can have your sessions online whenever you have a convenient time, sitting at your home or your office or your desk or your ground park, your airline management system. You can complete your arts, contact arts in terms of connectivity with the software. There are softwares available as well. E-commerce, there is a tremendous opportunities. So yes, you can modernize your curriculum in the light of these technologies and their impacts to achieve your desired goals. Thank you very much. I can speak on arts, but since we have a limited time, any other question?
Yeah.
Yes, please, brother. Wa alaikum salam.
My question is that how we can involve the people not to be how we can involve them.
A very good question. A very good question, brother. Thank you very much. My brother from Sudan asked this question that people don't have belief. Yes, at some time people don't believe Allah. Now they believe. People don't believe COVID, but now when they been through it, they believe. So basically, we have to speak the same language. I'm using this idiom, not the English or Arabic or Persian, the technology language. So if somebody has a benefit from a technology, say, as I mentioned earlier, that we have to connect people through WhatsApp or any other software, Telo and internet, Facebook or any LinkedIn. So that tools can be utilized to facilitate people. The healthcare system or education system can be utilized for the betterment of the people. So when they use it, one time, I just share another example. I was doing an exercise with the Shell Pakistan. Shell Global was doing this exercise globally to have some innovation in the world. So for Africa, where there is no electricity, they devised one small gadget with a footprint of 2-inch by 2-inch solar plate on it and one LED, which is as good as a full-fledged emergency light or torch for use in the night for studying, for students, or doing surgeries in the hospital and all that. Can you imagine the cost is $0.4 for that one device, which is not energized by any battery or cell. It is energized by the solar. So you can have 2, 3, 4, 5 gadgets, just charge them and utilize them. This is a very basic example of utilizing this, number one. Number two, in Pakistan, there are certain areas where there is no internet, where there is no mobile phone service in KPK and other Gilgit-Skardu Chitral side or Baluchistan side. So our friend from America, Dr. Shahid Kamar, he devised a software, small software, and gadgets which is available open source, and the cost is less than 4,000 rupees for one village. That gadget is fully loaded with all the softwares. You can use your mobile phone memory card to store the courses of the whole university in PDF form. And that memory card can be replaced. You can go to big city and transfer the data to that memory card, or you can use USB. And then you can go to your village and copy that software in all the gadgets students are using in that village. So you can multiply that course without any data, without any mobile phone service, or without any internet service. So if you use these technologies or these benefits to the students or the audience, they can understand that these are for our benefit. For example, if you want to have translation of any Quran or any book, so if that translation is available in multilingual fashion, this is again one technology, this is again one tool, so people can understand. In every country, there are multiple languages people are using and understanding, so we can multiply that as well. I hope I answered your question well. Thank you very much. Right, Ji?
Sir, I have a comment or a question.
Sir.
Using the technology or tools is a great idea, and we are all moving towards that. But one of the challenges, especially developing or the poor countries, you want the technology, but you don't have the money. So how do you see this, contradictory relationship between.
Dr. Saab, thank you very much. Very, very difficult question because he thought for last 15 minutes to put me in trouble to not answer the question. But as I 50% I answered the question by giving example of this software that Dr. Shahid Kamar is devising. This is one area. Second one is we are trying to opt difficult options. Let's take the example of Pakistan at the moment. We have a CNIC, the ID card system. And then this present government, this was trying to reinvent another card by the name of health card. The cost of one card is 150 rupees, you can say $1. By having one ID card, which is already available with all the people sitting here from Pakistan, the other plastic card, the piece of plastic is having the same CNIC number on that medical card, just to facilitate the patients to go to the hospital. So I suggested them, why are you wasting this 150 rupees for one card? And the machinery, equipment, and the ribbon printing machine, and this machine is costing around 2 million rupees. By just transferring them the same number, which is already there with them in form of CNIC. So this is one example. They accepted it, and from now onward, they are not using this printing of CNIC on health card, because health card was a political party's campaign to capture the voters, to convince the voters to vote them. This is one area, but we can save tremendous amount of money by saving this concept. The CNIC, when it was made 18, 20, 22 years ago, one CNIC has 18 links to connect with your driving license, with your car registration, with your house registration, with your land registration, with your healthcare system, with your education system, with your so many areas, with your weapon license. This is one card, is a bunch of all the facilities, you can say. So this is one area where we can understand. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much.
Right, sir.
It's a pleasure to have such a session. I think there are other people, they want to have more questions, but that will take in the break. We are moving forward, and the next speaker is Professor Bhavani Shankar Chaudhary. He has a very long list to his credit, but I will not go into that much long, introduction. He is such a scholar. He has been with the Mehran University, as far as I know, 20 years ago. And he is a tremendous human being, not tired, all the time energetic, involved in things. He has been dean, director, and so many positions. So nothing further. I would request Professor Bhavani Shankar Chaudhary to present his talk. He is with us through the internet. Please.
Thank you very much, my good friend, Professor Dr. Dil Akbar Hussain, all the way from Denmark. We have been hearing very good talks since this morning, very well-known speakers, especially inaugural session. We heard Dr. Shahid Mahmood, who has highlighted all about this population growth, and Dr. Shoaib also talked about future digital transformation. I think we must take in our mind, we must keep in mind about urbanization of the population, especially this transfer from rural areas to urban areas in developing countries of South Asia and Africa. So that I think where IoT or sensors or these digital technologies could play very important role to move us towards smart cities as compared to if we have again slum areas and all these things, how to cope with them, what are the initiative world has taken and what are the challenges and how to overcome with this digital technologies. And I have got on my slide underneath, written James Watt, Scottish engineer. On this day, 1736, he invented steam engine. So I thought, from today onwards, we should talk more on this digital transformation for our future world, but not only talk, but we have to achieve and using some of these small steps. So the main aim of my presentation, as I say, is more creating awareness about smart city projects, which have been carried out worldwide. How we can have that sort of smart city culture at small level in our society in developing countries. And where if you see my highlighted red slide, which says, I don't know, is it
Sorry,
in
Professor Bhavani.
is
Sorry to cut.
yeah.
You can just make the presentation into presentation mode, so the slides would
Okay.
be bigger.
Yeah. I tried, but what happened? I clicked some other thing. Okay.
It's the
Yeah.
last button over the
Yeah.
mouse.
Yeah. Is there
There
now?
you go. Perfect. It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you for correction. Okay, so we already have, I think most of the all developing countries, we are having VIP culture, which is a very important person. We indulge ourselves and protocols and all these things. I think now we have to move from this to vertically integrated projects culture in academia, which I may be covering basics of that, and that may lead us to develop a small projects towards creating more employment, especially graduates of ICT, computer, even business, law, management. We can see universities like Georgia Tech and Purdue and how they are using this VIP culture in academia, engaging every walk of life, all social sciences, technology, medical, engineering together towards developing emerging projects. So quickly go through my humble beginning and then little bit about urban statistics, problem faced by cities, some highlight on smart cities, our problem, which are mostly, I think, all developing countries' problem. Like we talk about South Asia or African countries, role of ICT, IoT, WSN. Just Tahir Chaudhary Saab mentioned about IoT devices and low-cost devices. So I think it's a trillions of dollar can be generated, or revenue can be earned or marketed, and having all our graduates to involve in those things. Again, I would focus on implementing taking small problems and moving towards solutions. So that may create more employment opportunities. As I said, I'll go through some my humble beginning. I just quoted from Malcolm Gladwell that you won't forget where from you are. So I belong to desert, Tharparkar Desert, which is nowadays more popular because of Tharkol. But in our days, if I take you back 50 years, 55, 60 years, we were studying like this under the trees, having all those kacha houses or mud houses, and fetching water from the wells, traveling on the kekra or camels. But now it has all changed because of Tharkol, which is turned out to be like a black gold, having 175 billion tons of ignite coal, maybe enough for next 535 million, which consumes, if the 535 million tons per year, we can generate 100,000 megawatt electricity for next 100 years. And you can see the women empowerment in Thar, what we people call now it's future Dubai of Pakistan. They have done more than 1 million tree plantation, more is going on. Tourism industry is also coming up. And I think almost every head of state visited that Thar coal power plant, 660 megawatt already energized. Now coming to Mehran University, I think I should not miss a little brief on my university, which is on the right bank of River Indus, flowing all the way from Himalayas to Arabian Sea. And we are on the right bank, if you see the arrow is given. And it is spread over 2,000 acres land. It is on the right, you can see our e-resource center. On the left is a gate and some of the OREC and some of the IT building. Now taking back to smart cities, our smart cities have been our heritage. We go towards Gandhara civilization. Most of the people present there, they are in Islamabad. They can go and visit and see that civilization. And living in Sindh, we have got this Mohenjo-daro civilization, which is more than 5,000 years old. So we already, if we see, we had sort of well-structured city long ago. And now coming to urban statistics, the worrying factor is already half of the population by 2018, the data I got living in the urban areas in big cities, and 2030 more than 60% people, one in every three will be living into urban areas in big cities. And the urban population is expected to touch 6 billion, which is nearly the population of the world by 2045. So such a massive growth. I think population growth have been already highlighted earlier in some of the presentation. And by 2030, we may have more than 100 mega cities having more than 10 million inhabitants. So if we quote UN Director John Wilmot, what he mentioned, that managing urban areas has become one of the most important development challenges. So we have to consider using all that digital transformation, because he says our success or failure in building sustainable cities will be a major factor in success of the post 2015 UN development. Because we are facing many problems when we talk about when the migration from rural areas coming to urban areas, housing and infrastructure problem, energy problem, transportation problem, healthcare problems, education problem, of course, huge environmental issues it creates. So if we see this one of the uh, uh, figure or diagram I have taken from that resource, is what could be the infrastructure of the smart city. And if we see in the next slide, is mostly centered around ICT. So that means our ICT graduates, we talk about their unemployment. I think there could be a lot of self-employment could be generated. We talk about communication, if we talk about energy, we talk about, I think, smart, I heard in the morning, I think one of the talk on smart energy, that the Islamic world may have the smart grid, smart power, all the research connected to university. Tourism, we have seen like in Dubai, the Miracle Garden, the technology, IT technology, digital technology they have been using. E-commerce, everyone talked that that has given us a huge opportunity in this pandemic challenge. Agriculture, everyone is talking about smart agriculture. All these are actually rotating around ICT. So if we go in terms of some of the IEEE definition, because IEEE is one of the technical collaborator of this event, what smart city brings for us. If we go for smart city, it brings together technology, government, society, and to enable us having a smart city, smart economy, smart mobility, smart environment, smart people, smart living, and of course smart governance. So so everything need to be embedded with the technology. So recently you may have heard the news about Dubai initiative. I think that is the first paperless government having all in every walk of life smart feature. Those who have recently traveled or attended expo, they can see their smart city governance they have facilitating to foreigners as well as locals. Because if we talk about, I think we heard about SDGs. I think smart city, if we talk about one smart city objective, I think it's covering all the SDG goals, 1 to 17. I don't know whether to include judiciary and that. Otherwise, I think it covers all aspects, zero hunger to unemployment to all other features. So if we talk about sustainability, energy conservation, infrastructure, traffic, energy efficient building, healthcare, emergency, security and safety. So we have to move towards that. Now the thing is that what could be the problems and what could be the solution if we consider in terms of smart city components. First thing comes, we have got inadequate resources. I think Dr. Dil Akbar already raised some of the question about the economy and the expanse and all these things. I think private sector is quite dynamic. If we bring private organization, private sector into this mainstream, giving them, there are, I think, several private-public partnership models exist within the country and most of the developed countries, and I think developing countries may take lead on that one. Like most of the, I don't know, one of the road going from Hyderabad to Mirpur Khas is one of the very good example of private-public partnership or Korean government. That was really, we used to travel this 60 kilometer in 2 hours, and now we have reached there by 40 minutes. So though we have to pay small toll tax, but one can imagine the time and fuel and that saving. So one can take the example and take lead. Manpower already discussed, Professor Iqbal Chaudhary and other already talked about the manpower we are having. We have to involve cities and as I mentioned, to create awareness. Whatever such project, I think citizen involvement has to be there. Many social organizations are available, but they do other philanthropic work. I think they have to brought into this aspect of having, better life. Of course, when we have so much data, then we have to consider the data security and privacy, and because a lot of cyber espionage, and we nowadays talk here a lot about this hacking and all these things. What I wanted to focus more on, because this workshop is global workshop, like people from African countries, from I think from our South Asian countries, which have got some of them like Azerbaijan and other countries are having some of the advanced technologies as well. I visited 6-7 years ago, and I have witnessed the technology they have been using. So what we could have in this vertically integrated project to get benefit from that vertically integrated project, because we have got what during my 36 years of teaching experience, what I've seen is our students, they are quite good, but when they reach to final year, mostly we focus at that time. We don't focus them to come on outcome based education, whatever they are learning, how they apply. Every lecture once completed, what we call it class learning outcome, they should try to see how they could apply that technology, and that could best benefited using this vertical integrated projects, where you have got few students in that project from second year, from third year, and some from final year, and could be one student from master's, graduate, or PhD student. So because the students, they collaborate actually, they may belong to multidisciplinary actually area. As I said, some of the project you need people from management, from law, from social science. So then you can have diversified project, and they may apply their all theoretical knowledge in practical situation. On the right side, you can see this is Aalborg University, Denmark, where I attended one of the PBL based, problem based learning with the student. I spent about a month with those students. And what I learned, how they have been collaborating with each other. And it was like a more student centered learning as compared to teacher centered learning. I think in every semester, in every subject, at least, not every subject, at least we have to select one subject where we may have more student centered learning, where students' ideas, their implementation, their engagement, their learning may benefit many folds. So when I visited this Georgia Tech program, VIP program architecture, what I have seen, they always talk about large scale design projects, long participation. Everyone was participating for 2 to 3 years. Large teams, 10 to 20 undergraduates, and then 1 to 4 graduate students, and somophores through seniors in each team. New student replace actually those who graduate, and actually teams continue for many years because they work together until the replacement is there, and they get academic credit as well. And we have to think about this. Senior design credit is another option. So they have been working on challenging real-time projects. So that is the main VIP program architecture, which could easily be implemented in developing countries like our Asian and African countries, and where we have the shortage of manpower, we can exploit this thing. So some of the examples I quickly go. I already shared a link there. You find hundreds of projects there. Georgia Tech website. Example, one of the example is E-Stadium, a complete 200 pages listing, design, everything is there. What I wanted to show here, that this university got engagement of several universities, Georgia Tech, Purdue, Oregon, and several faculties, electrical engineering, civil engineering, computer system, manufacturing, management, law, and they use different technologies, wireless, multimedia, sensor nodes, and all these technologies, and they developed the project. Similarly, some more projects like e-democracy, again several departments, several institutes, open academic environment, which is again web tools supporting learning and research collaboration. One can easily visit and really gain a lot reaching by accessing this open academic learning environment. Intelligent transportation systems, another project developed there. Aqua boats, underwater surface vehicles. They map, explore all underwater, the whole world. We see the 70% is underwater, and there's a under the water, and we have to exploit so many. We may be facing some food problems and all these, and I think we can benefit from such things developing on that. Or like a ocean pollution. I think several countries can work together on vertically integrated projects to work on such projects as well. When coming to smart city, I think we have to bring academia and city government together, because we have to, as I mentioned, we have to identify small local problems and move towards local solution that may result into startups, and I think that's how we can have the development of new technology. That is the main focus actually of even that VIP programs. And if you visit the website Georgia Tech 80 VIP teams, so they get changed, they get updated teams. One can ask, why they don't only have 80, because those as soon as senior pass out, the juniors, they replace them. Purdue, Morehouse, Strathclyde, Mute, Sir Syed, and Aarhus University, we have got also 4 teams. We are working on some digital transformation projects. I mentioned one project in one of these inaugural event this morning. So I think I only go to the highlighted yellow. When we talk about smart city projects, we can indirectly, we can say we can contribute a lot achieving SDG goals. These are some of the smart city projects, smart cities. Montpellier from France, where they get, I don't go into detail of that. I think IBM helped a lot there. And this is the Netherlands, where they have used Sensit platform for it's all based on wireless sensor technologies and electronic guidance for all parking spaces on street parking bays in real time. So and even we talk about Calcutta, India, they have also used several urban surveillance system in West Bengal, and so and they have embarked upon, I think, $15 billion another project as well. Helsinki, Finland, another smart city project. One can visit how they monitor all that data of traffic, air quality, crimes connected to each other. As we've seen, the ICT could play a major role. Another model city, Mannheim in Germany. I'll quickly go. I was going through it because I think we are running a bit late. Pakistan's problem coming to Karachi's, if we see trash collection is a very big problem. So there is a great need of efficient collection and then recycling to produce the energy, all these things. Pollution is again big problem. Wireless sensor networks can be used. Structural monitoring, from day to day we hear about different problems of building collapsing, traffic management again. So these small problems could be actually they give good opportunities to our ICT graduates, management graduates, law graduates. They can work together towards working on small projects here. So some of the projects I mentioned here, we started, as I mentioned, as a VIP projects. One of the smart sensor application for city smart. Some ICT graduates, they started working on some bridge damage detection, and that was published in our research work published in Wireless Personal Communication Journal. So there is a huge scope of developing small projects on traffic congestion, river flood, smart road. We have been doing several more projects on actually smart road. There have been some projects in Mehran and some NED as well. Waste management is again another issue. We have developed one of the smart grid related remote terminal unit. One of my students did PhD under that work with the University of Malaga, Spain, joint project. And so there is a great job market. We talk about unemployment of the graduates, but if they work on IoT and wireless sensor networks, work together, they consider there's some streets, some local areas, some particular neighborhood moving towards applying that wireless sensor networks technology, which is very, very cheap nowadays. They have got only, we have been talking, I think this morning discussed about IoT and sensor devices for agriculture application, irrigation, for smart grid. So all these applications are available. I think our graduates, when they select their final year project, they must work on those projects available for heating, ventilation, air quality, metering, security, safety. They can develop smart projects themselves. and they provide huge opportunity for job. Even we have not gone through smart meters. I remember 25, 30 years back, even England, we were having smart meter there, but we are still lagging behind. So there's a lot of opportunity. Our engineers, electronics, computer science graduates. This morning, we heard more on cybersecurity threats, smart grid, cloud architects, so they can work on those projects related towards smart city. Some of the ongoing work is going in Karachi, KEAC, but the work is still quite slow. At Mehran, as I mentioned, we have started some work on automatic meter reading, and one of our paper, I think published in 2008, got more than 500 citation. We have got Power and Energy Society. We have got some projects carried out under their collaboration. And we have got another home energy management with smart grid small project implemented here, applied in one of the local, with the help of local industry. Another project, one of our student, he visited even Albog University for 6 months and worked on intelligent demand side management system. So these are small projects. What I actually emphasizing or showing this is that we should start working, we should be doing more work on such projects. So we established a smart group we call segments, smart grid energy management group at our university, to work on small projects with the collaboration of IEEE Power and Energy Society. We do get some funding, and we organize several international conferences. Dr. Dil Akbar Hussain was one of the main co-chair of our first MTech. And these are some of the projects we have been doing under that segment. And some of the publications you might have seen, might see here on the left, first author you find editor, DM Akbar Hussain. So one of those events, conferences held in Pakistan, their proceedings published by Spring Germany or in wireless personal communication. And recently we got one of the work, actually Mohafiz, IoT based track recording vehicle for damage analysis of railway track, that was published in IEEE Internet of Things IoT journal, which is having, I think, around impact factor of 9. So somehow the work is this, that's the real work. Pakistan Railway has established a railway track in our Mehran University, auxiliary railway track for testing purposes. So some of this is the other related work published. It's more like a collaborative project. If you see, several universities are involved, several level of students, the final year, masters. So I'm really excited that developing countries should work more on this. And these are some community engagement. Actually, our university started some of the projects like road cleaning and all that, our dustbin collection and security, our own some of the project with the community support, we got those projects. So I think we will be facing a lot of problem with more migration to people to larger cities because of the opportunities, job opportunities, having more livelihood there, I mean bread and butter. So we have to select 1 or 2 cities as a role model. And as Professor Tahir Mahmood mentioned, we have to integrate those deep technology, IoT and wireless sensor networks for those particular applications, create more awareness, and I think that may create more jobs for our ICT, computer science, and business graduates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Vani Shankar. I'm very humbled that you sort of highlighted my part, and it reminds me 2008 when we started this combined journey. It has been over 15 years, and we have come a long way. You also mentioned Aalborg University. Aalborg University is 4th in the world in the engineering discipline. And we have a different sort of teaching system, which is called project organized problem-based learning, and in which the role of the teacher is a facilitator. So that's the difference. We don't give solutions to the students. We facilitate that they come up with the solution. I just want to add, but if there is any short question, one or two, we can take it. Otherwise, we're running late and we have to go to the next speaker. Any question? So, Dr. Bhavani Shankar, thank you so much to be with us. And as you mentioned, smart cities, we have to move towards them.
Thank you.
No. Inshallah, we see you soon.
Thank you.
नहीं वो कह रहे कोई नहीं है हाँ चलो
Professor Andrew, are you connected here with us? You can share your screen. We'll begin with your presentation briefly.
So it's my pleasure to, yes, we can hear you. It's my pleasure to ask Professor Andrew Ware, who's our third speaker, and he's going to talk about technological advancement requirement post-pandemic. So I'll say brief profile of my colleague. Professor Dr. Andrew Ware is a professor of computing at the University of South Wales. His research interests center on deploying intelligent computer system, artificial intelligence, data science oriented solution to help solve real world problems. He is editor-in-chief of the International Journal Annals of Engineering Technologies in Computing. Andrew is a director of research for the Wales Institute of Digital Information. The institute works with the primary and secondary healthcare providers to develop and deploy technology-enabled healthcare. So it's the stage is set, and Professor, you can start.
Thanks very much, and it's nice to join you. It's this morning in Wales. It's nearly 8:22 in the morning here, but I know it's the afternoon with you, and it's nice to see some old faces, colleagues and friends that I've met in previous visits to Pakistan. And the talk that I've prepared this morning really fits with some of the things that have already been seen this morning. And really it's looking at the technologies that have come mainly into play over the last 673 days. And the last 673 days for me have been very strange days. It was on Monday, the 16th of March, 2020, that I was driving home from work to my home when the Prime Minister of the UK came on the radio to ask people to start to minimize the contact that they were having with other people, and if possible to try and work from home because COVID was beginning to have a significant impact in the UK. And on that Monday, I didn't realize the impact that that would have over the next months. And since Monday, the 16th of March, which is quite a long time ago now, 673 days, I've only been to university campus twice in that whole period. We're moving in the UK to the relaxation of restrictions, hopefully over the next month or so. But the last almost 2 years have been very, very strange. indeed. And I think what has happened over that period is that there's been a great acceleration of the way that we've used technology. There's been a great understanding of how we can use that technology. It's caused problems, but it's also resulted in many solutions. And as this quotation says, that sometimes in adversity, we can learn new things in a much more succinct and quick way. Now, as a personal reflection, if you look at that map, the UK is made up of 4 countries. It's made up of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And I live in one of those 4 countries, Wales. And on that map, I live in A and I work in B. So I work in a place called Pontypridd, and I live in a place A called Neath. And 5 days a week before COVID, I used to drive from A to B in the mornings and then from B to A in the night. As I said, in the last 13 months, sorry, the last 23 months, I've made that journey just twice. Everything else, my interactions with the students, interactions with staff have all been online. Now, I've saved a lot of money during COVID. I know it's cost people a lot of money, but it saved me a lot of money. When the Prime Minister made that decision that we should work at home, that was 95 working weeks ago, or 95 weeks ago. I live quite away from where I work, and so it's a long drive. The cost is quite significant part of my salary. It's not insignificant. And over the last 95 weeks, not going into campus for 5 days a week has saved me approximately £8 a week, which adds up over that period to nearly £3,800. Now, I would imagine that as we come out of lockdown in the UK, I'm going to start going back into the office, but certainly will not be going back into the office 5 days a week. COVID has gone on so long that we've changed, not just in the UK and in Pakistan, but around the world, the way that we work, the way that we do our business. A lot of offices in cities have been closed. They're very expensive. There's a lack of housing there. And so COVID has produced not only a huge number of problems, but a huge number of opportunities. So let's imagine going forward. I go into work 45 weeks of the year because we have 7 weeks that we don't go in for various reasons. If I reduce my going into the office to 2 days a week, that means I save 3 days a week in fuel going forward. Every year from now on, I would be able to save over £1,000. That is a massive saving. We'll come on to that saving in a little while. The time that I've saved is significant. Again, if you look at the time I've saved, 95 weeks, 5 days a week, approximately 100 minutes traveling. Usually, to be honest, it's more than that. It's more than 50 minutes to work. It's more than 50 minutes home. Usually more like 150 minutes a day traveling. But let's just say it's 100 minutes per day. I've now saved over that period of time 88 working days. And not only have I saved that 88 working days, but I'm fresher, I'm brighter, I'm more relaxed. I haven't spent time sitting in traffic jams day in, day out. And again, imagine going forward, I reduce my going into the office for face-to-face meetings, for face-to-face teaching, down to 2 days a week. Again, per year, I would save 25 working days or 5 working weeks. Now, last year I give not this talk, but a similar talk. And last year I estimated 2 days a week at home. It's gone up to 3 days because COVID has gone on so long that the way that we work, the way that we do things have become ingrained in the way that we will do things going forward. And I'm not the only one. This is a picture of a train station, a tube station in London, where every day tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people across cities in the UK ram themselves onto trains to move from one part of the city to another for work. Again, due to COVID, A lot of these stations have reduced the footfall significantly, and those that need to travel to work for any particular reason now travel in far more comfort. It has made life much, much simpler and better. I've just picked up some statistics about remote working in the UK. In 2019, just 3.91 million UK employees worked remotely. Now that has risen to almost 60% of the UK working population work at home. Now, obviously, there's lots of jobs you can't do at home. If you're in a factory, if you're in a school, but a significant number of jobs can be done at home and people can work remotely. 57% of British workers want to be able to work at home going forward. 1 in 5 British workers is considered moving far away from their workplaces. As I said, previous to COVID, people had to live very close to their workplace. That meant usually living in cities. That meant living in expensive accommodation that was scarce. Now people can move away from those city places, live in environments that are cleaner, that are cheaper, and are better. In the UK, 61% of IT spending this year will be in cybersecurity, yet only 34% of UK companies are using VPNs. And again, that's a statistics that's significant, because as people begin to work at home, as companies begin to share data from their offices with people with their homes, how do you ensure that security of that data? And another last statistic, 71% of managers were surprised by remote workers' productivity. People previously to COVID were very worried that if people worked at home, then productivity would drop off and the companies would lose money. That's proven not to be the case. It has had an impact. We had a talk earlier about smart cities. But one of the issues that we have in the UK is that now as people move from cities to towns, the house prices in cities is decreasing, which means that people lose money, but houses in the towns are increasing significantly in cost. Now, things that have changed due to COVID-19. And again, some of these things have been picked up in previous talks. Some of these things might have happened without COVID, but what has happened because of COVID, they've certainly accelerated at a phenomenal rate. And this is a personal tale. That's me, and that's my father. My father is heading towards 88, and as most people get older, they get more and more problems. My father has got a number of problems. And one of them is that on his head, from time to time, he gets little growths. And we're never sure whether these growths that he has on his head are cancerous or not. And so what happens when a growth appears on his head, usually he goes to his local doctor. The local doctor examines it. The local doctor says it looks suspicious. When he sees it looks suspicious, what he does, he refers him to a consultant. The consultant calls my dad in and has a look at his head and confirms that it looks suspicious. And then he makes an appointment for my father to go and see him again when that growth is removed. Since COVID, the number of times you can see a doctor is reduced significantly. And now what happens is that when my father has had a growth, and he's had 2 in the last 2 years during COVID, now what we do is we take a picture, we send it to the GP looks at the picture, the GP forwards it, a GP, I mean a general practitioner, doctor, a local doctor, looks at the image, he forwards it to the consultant looks at it and confirms that the growth needs to be removed. My father gets an appointment, usually only a 15-minute appointment because they want to minimize the number of people attending the hospital. My father attends that hospital and he has that growth removed. So 3 doctors of appointments spanning several weeks have now been reduced to 1 doctor's appointment, usually within a couple of days. My father has also got a number of problems. My father has age-related diabetes. He also has heart failure, again caused by age. And very often what has happened in terms of medicine, and again, this is accelerated during the COVID pandemic, is that really what happens is that we look at people's symptoms, and based on their symptoms, very often medication is given. So for example, you look at symptoms, say you have headaches, and if you have a headache, then you can take medication for that headache. But what would be much better if you could look at the cause that was causing the symptoms, and based on the symptoms, based on the cause and the symptoms, produce medication. So for example, lots of headaches are caused very often, not because of anything severe, but even things like dehydration can cause headaches. And so rather than taking medication, just drinking more water can be a cure in some cases for headaches. Now, that's fine. And that's one way to look at things, adding in the cause. Now, my father has complex needs. As I said, he's diabetic, he has heart failure. And one of the problems that he's had is that sometimes one complication, one problem, one medical problem can be solved, and it can cause problems that are different. So for example, he can take medication that helps his diabetes, but causes his heart problems to increase. Now, again, what has happened during COVID is that previously to COVID, we were collecting data across the health services in the UK, and not just in the UK, health services around the globe were collecting data. But there were very, very strict protocols about using that data, how it could be used, how it could be manipulated by who and when. Now, a lot of those things, those checks and balances are still in place, but there has been a significant quickening and a reduction on the things that need to happen before that data can be used. And now that has led to systems being developed where, because we have better data sharing brought about because of COVID, because of the changes COVID has necessitated, we can now begin to build models based on artificial intelligence, which use significant amounts of data based on medical history, based on cause of problems, based on symptoms that allow for medication that is very personalized. And more than that, we can move to systems now that use not just an individual's medical history, but begin to build models that are based on society data. So we can collect data, well, we do collect the data about a huge number of peoples and huge number of conditions. But again, because of the changes that COVID has necessitated with tracking infections and things like that, the ease of using that data has become much more simplified. And so now we can build whole population models. So when someone like my dad has a problem, he can go to the doctor. The doctor can measure the statistics or measure the characteristics about my father, and using a data based on the whole of society can use predictive models to make diagnosis and recommendations that are very pertinent to his issues. And so that has been another significant change, the way that we interact with our doctors, the way that data is used, and the way that data is used to populate these models that can be used for the benefit of all. For many, COVID-19 has made the world a smaller, more interconnected place. And an example of this is us this morning. I'm in Wales. I'm in the back room in the house, and I'm talking to you. Most of you are in Pakistan, but maybe there are others from other parts of the world. And tomorrow when I join the conference, I'll be listening to people from Pakistan in the comfort of my home without traveling. So for many, COVID-19 has made the world a smaller, more interconnected place. But that has caused issues. At the start of COVID, when I started working at home, we had problems in the house in that I couldn't connect to work in a proper way. I would sometimes the internet would fall out, and I'd be in the middle of a meeting, and the internet would disappear. Sometimes I would be in a meeting, and the quality was very, very poor. And so, as a family, at the beginning of what we called lockdown, at the beginning of COVID-19, we had to invest in upgrading our internet facilities at home. Not just us, hundreds and thousands of people across the UK had to invest money in upgrading their connectivity. Not only did individuals, but companies had to invest in infrastructure, allowing people to work at home. So providing computers for home use, providing laptops for home use, providing desks and everything else for home use. And what has become clear through COVID-19 is that what we need, by and large, is far better connectivity. In the UK, and not just in the UK, in many parts of the world, millions, billions of pounds is spent each year on building bigger and bigger roads. And the problem with a road is the bigger you build it, the more cars you end up with. The UK is no different to many of the cities in Pakistan, where you have traffic jams, where you have pollution caused by those traffic jams. And the whole idea of just having more and more roads and having more and more cars is problematic, not just because of the time that they consume in traveling, but because of the problems they create in terms of wasted time and pollution. So what COVID has highlighted is that as individuals, as companies, and even as nations, we need to have better interconnectivity. Not more roads that fill up very quickly, but better connectivity that let us join and talk in a way that is kind to the environment and kind to our time. During COVID-19, the UK has hosted COP26, and that's highlighted some of the issues about planet faces in terms of climate change. And again, COVID-19 has given us opportunities to rethink the way that we do things, working remotely, not flying so much, not driving so much, but working at home in a way that suits us. COVID-19 has given new opportunities. It has shortened the timeline from idea to implementation. In the UK, universities moved online overnight. Medical interventions have been accelerated. It has made collaboration easier. Most of us are more relaxed about online working. It has made research and innovation even more important. And it has been a wake-up call about other impending issues, such as global warming. COVID has changed things. There's a quotation on this shirt by Steve Hawkins, who was a famous world scientist, but he said, intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. And Charles Darwin said, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent that survive. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. And the question that we need to ask ourselves is that as COVID has had an impact on the world, it's had an impact on the way that we do things. It has an impact on the way that we interact and do business, the way that we learn, the way that we see our doctors, the way that we engage with all manner of activity. The question is, how has it impacted us? What have we changed? How have we benefited from the disaster? And it has been a disaster for many people, COVID, but how have we learned? What have we benefited from it? The adversity that we've suffered and gone through in the last 2 years, how will we turn it to our advantage? It's been nice being with you this morning, this afternoon with you, and I hope that the conference continues to be a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Andrew. There any question? Yeah. We have a couple of questions, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Andrew Ware. I am Dr. Fakhruddin from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. My question is related to what you have mentioned in your presentation, the positive impact of COVID. However, on the other hand, if we see in Pakistan, instead of saving the money, my kids, when they go, when they were online for school, we need to buy 3 more mobile phones. The data charges were even more. In Pakistan, a lot of people, they were having problems with their daily life because most of the people, they are involved in their daily routine, getting money on daily basis. Besides this, if we come to the innovation and the opportunities for the research scholars, many people and many Pakistani students and global students, they have to rush back from China to their respective countries. And most of those students, even after spending 2 years in their hometowns, their home countries, they are not back to China. China is closed. Similarly is the case with other countries around the globe, that people, they are not having as much opportunities as they were in future, getting enrolled in universities, most importantly, getting enrolled in projects, doing those projects, doing research works. So what is your stance on looking all those problems, some of those problems that I have mentioned? And what do you think is the solution to those problems? Because you see that after 2 years, the world is still in case of locked position. Many people, they are not able to get back to their workplaces. How do you see that? Thank you very much in advance.
I think COVID has been, in many ways, a complete disaster for many people. You know, I look at the UK, and in the UK, we're heading towards 160,000 people have died from COVID. There has been huge problems with school children missing school. There's been a huge problem with university students not being able to mix and socialize with other students in the way that was normal. There has been a huge impact on our cities in terms of the shopping centres, where people don't go to the shopping centres in the way that they used to. They tend to, if possible, use online shopping more and more. And so COVID, there's no doubt about it, has been a huge disaster for many, many people. But I think what I'm trying to do is to look at the positive side of what COVID can give us. And we have other problems coming down the line in the world. I think we're only beginning to realize at the moment the problems that climate change is going to cause. In the UK, we have regular times of the year where certain parts of cities and towns flood, and houses have to be evacuated, and all kinds of problems caused by global warming. And all I'm saying is that COVID-19, despite all the problems and all the difficulties that it's brought, and they've been immense, that it does create an opportunity and a chance to think about how we do things differently. So, for example, I have PhD students who previously would have come to the UK to do their studies. They're now doing their PhD studies at home. They will hopefully visit the UK for several months as part of their PhD when COVID allows. I'm glad to be able to speak this morning at a conference from my own home without having to fly. I do like that. I've been to Pakistan a number of times, and I've really enjoyed meeting people in person and enjoying the hospitality of the people that I've met. But on a regular basis, flying from Pakistan to the UK isn't really viable. I couldn't afford to do that. But talking to people and collaborating with people online has been brilliant. I was talking to someone a few weeks ago who, through COVID-19, has set up a charity, and that he was originally based in Afghanistan. He's from Afghanistan, but is now a medical doctor in the UK. And again, learning through some of the things that COVID has taught us, he has set up a charity which allows doctors from around the world to be able to help people that are struggling hugely in Afghanistan because of the problems that are going on there. Again, we wouldn't want to have COVID by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think there are opportunities from COVID to learn. It has highlighted, though, the problem that if you're not digitally connected, then that does cause problems. And that's something that governments across the world need to address. In the UK, one of the biggest problems that we've had is school children not being able to connect to their schools. And that has been a major, major, major issue.
Any more questions? Yeah, please.
Hi, Dr. Andrew. Thank you for
Hi.
sharing such presentation. It's Dr. Mohammed Hani from GIK. You share the positive impact of the COVID-19. How about like the social interaction is an integral part of our workplace? So how like that can be replicated when I'm working from home? The social interaction with my co-workers, colleague, and boss.
Yeah, I think I can only talk about what's happening in the UK, but a lot of companies are reducing their footprint of the buildings that they occupy. And what a lot of the companies are at the moment, we're still in, people are required, if they can possibly work from home, to work from home. So that's still a requirement. But as we move out of that requirement, where people will be allowed to go back to offices to work, where people will be allowed to go back to company buildings, what a lot of companies are doing is they're reducing the amount of building space that they have and moving to hybrid working, where typically, and this is just typically, people would be in the office or attending the company for meetings, maybe 2 out of 5 days. Typically in the UK, we work 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, that they'll be in the office for 2 days a week and working from home for 3 remotely. So that's typically what happens. And for a lot of people, that's the best of both worlds. It saves you on travel time. It saves you on expense of traveling. It allows you to meet with your colleagues, but it also reduces the amount of money companies have to spend on buildings, which is a very significant amount of money sometimes, particularly in cities. I live in Wales, and in Wales, land is reasonably cheap because it's quite rural. If you live in cities, you know, the amount of money I've paid for my house in Wales, which is a reasonably nice house, if I spent the same money in London, I'd have nothing, absolutely nothing.
Hi, Dr. Andrew. I'm Dr. Rizwana, founder of Scientific Pakistan. We have generated a platform on which we are providing trainings, specifically trainings to the research students who are lacking in research skills. And we are giving them a concept that you can use social media for the collaborations, for the international collaborations. I want to take your perspective in this regard. What is your opinion, how students can use social media effectively for research collaborations and to learn the knowledge and share the knowledge internationally? Thank you.
I think I'm nearly 50. Well, I am 58. I'm heading to 59. And so social media was something that when I was a student was something that wasn't in existence. I was brought up, I did a computer science degree when the internet hadn't really been thought through, when things like email were not even thought of. So life has changed significantly over the generations. And we now live in a generation where youngsters, and by youngsters, I mean people under sort of 35, are very, very familiar with using social technology, using these things for communication. And I think what has happened is it's allowed us to interact in a way that maybe an older generation didn't think possible. It's also allowed us to share learning in a way that wasn't possible. You know, computer science is changing at a very, very rapid rate. And even as someone that's involved in computer science research, it's very difficult to keep up with what's going on. But, you know, if I wanted to look at a new topic, I just go to Google, I Google videos, I link to the subject that I'm interested in, and I can find those things. I have PhD students who are now in the second year of their PhD, who because of COVID, I've never, ever met in person. We have team meetings, usually on a Tuesday morning, when we meet together as a team. And it is strange that, you know, you have this group of people that work together very closely, and yet you've never met some of them in person, and yet they seem okay with that. They would like to meet in person. They'd like to be able to go for maybe a pizza and be able to talk and to share and to get to know each other as people rather than just as colleagues. But it has certainly opened up the opportunities to do things in a new way and to collaborate internationally. I have a project that is going on at the moment with a colleague and a research student in Jordan, and we meet every Friday morning at 7 o'clock. I have a colleague in Pakistan that I've been working with closely for the last 5 years. He's a visiting research fellow at the university in South Wales, and we meet probably twice a week for meetings online. Without the kind of technology that we've got now, that kind of collaboration just wouldn't happen.
Thank you. We have maybe the last question. Yes, please.
Greetings, Dr. Andrew. I'm Mohammed Tahasan, and I have a question. I don't really mean to be redundant or anything, but what I'm emphasizing here is that we need to look at the bigger picture. These changes that we're bringing, these changes that we're being forced into, you know, this revolutionary change for, you know, making everything digital and talking to each other through online means, you know, not going to work, not going to school, you know, not really communicating in person. Do you think that this kind of change is the future, or is this just something temporary that we need to move through?
I think we'll move to a new kind of normal. I think if COVID hadn't happened, I think eventually we would have ended up somewhere, you know, as I said earlier, there are other problems. We can't afford, in terms of things like global warming, to use cars and use public transport in the way that we've been using them, and to you know, to fly half-empty planes around the world. That's not sustainable. But I do think we will head eventually to a way that is more normal. I think sometimes the problems we foresee don't happen. As I said, I'm nearly 59. I remember as a computer science student being asked to write essays and to look at how would people cope when computers were doing so much that none of us would have work to do. And yet we've all found jobs. I don't think any of us is redundant. You know, things and society moves on. I think people are still very busy. You know, I've enjoyed with COVID being able to, because of working from home, my parents, as they're quite elderly, they live a few miles away. I've been able to spend more time with my parents and visit my parents more than I would have if I was traveling to the office every day. I think we adjust and learn and try and gain the benefits while trying to mitigate some of the more negative impacts. And as I said, COVID has had many, many, many negative impacts, particularly on, as I said, youngsters who have not been able to mix in school, older people that might not have been able to see their families in the way that they would have normally seen their families. But I think being positive, there are things as we move to a new normal that will be of benefit to all of us going forward.
Okay, we have to conclude now. Professor Andrew, it was great to learn a few things from you. As you rightly said, adaptability is the key. And I think in the COVID-19, especially if I talk about my university, Aalborg University, even the dean or the vice chancellor has to admit that people have used different ways to adopt, to give best lectures to the students. So the tools were used in very, very different way. So adaptability is the key. So I would ask now my colleague to announce, I think, about the lunch.
Thank you so much, Professor Akbar, for chairing the session. That marks the end of our first technical session. We'll have a prayer and lunch break right now. Let's be back here by 2:15. Secondly, anyone that has not marked their attendance, please do so. And some of you were having issues with your spellings. Please have a look and write down your correct name, because that would be printed on your certificate. So mark your attendance right now, fix the names, and there'll be another attendance in the second session as well. So mark that as well. So we'll head out for lunch now and be back 2:15, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We now resume our next session after the lunch there. So please, the participant who will have the online connection there. We will start now. So our next speaker is Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Malla, a renowned scholar and researcher. And he has done his PhD from University Pakistan and from HEC Indigenous Scholarship there, and postdoc from Glasgow University. And he was professor in computer science in Sindh Khairpur University. And now Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Malla is now working as Secretary IBCC, Islamabad there. So his title of talk is Technology-Based Learner Assessment of School Student there. So I warmly welcome Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Malla. Please come on the stage. And copy of it?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. So today I will talk about the effective virtual assessment tools and the educational reforms that we have done from the platform of Interboard Committee of Chairman IBCC, because as the previous speakers told that the COVID-19 has pushed us all from the paper pencil towards tablet. So every organization has to be prepared accordingly. And I have just received the press release of NCOC, and they are going to start again the hybrid schooling with 50% attendance. So this is the COVID, impact of the COVID. So assessment is a systematic process of collecting. If we are talking about the education system, So usually I say that there are three parts of any education system. One is the curriculum, second one is the assessment, and third one is the teacher. And if anyone is missing, you cannot say it a complete educational system. If you have very good curriculum and you don't have proper mechanism of assessment, you can't judge the students. And above all these two components, teacher is the most important component, because teacher has to understand the curriculum, and accordingly he or she has to assess the students whether a student has learned that curriculum or not. That's why these all components are interlinked with each other. In last, I have mentioned that the assessment drives learning. So teacher teaches in that way how you are going to assess the students, or a student prepare him or herself according to the assessment. So that's why we have to focus on the assessment. That's why I say that the assessment drives the learning. IBCC is working with the boards of all the boards of the Pakistan. There are 29 boards in the country, and we are working with the boards, and we are bringing some reforms in the assessment, because our system, most of you have you belong to the schools, colleges, or universities. Our education system is based on the rote learning. So we need a lot of the assessment reforms that we are doing from the platform of Inter-Board Committee of Chairmen. These are the key characteristics of assessment: the validity, reliability, fairness, and authenticity. Okay. These are theoretically available, but we have to practically ensure all these components or characteristics. And after that, when we are talking about the virtual assessment, then we have to work a lot. How we can ensure all these things? We have to think about it, because the developing countries have to work a lot for the virtual assessment and virtual education. Okay, we can say that school and colleges do not have the infrastructure in the country, but in universities we have. But again, they have a lot of challenges in the assessments, fair assessment. 180-degree shift from the conventional to online, holding a pencil to typing on machine. So these are the questions. Are we ready? Are we working on it? So virtual assessment is a paradigm shift in history. Various virtual assessment practices started: collaborative boards, quizzes, uploading audios, videos, recording, forms, apps, observation through Zoom, Google Classes, Nearpod, and Edulastic. Many tools and technologies are available for the assessment and teaching learning. This is a Nearpod is a tool that I personally like it. It makes every lesson interactive with collaborative activities, gamified quizzes, virtual reality projects, simulation, etc. Helps teacher to know where the students are. It can be customized with students' learning pace. It provides immediate feedback to the teachers, and let the teacher know what to reteach, whether students are going with teacher or not. And this is a cycle how Nearpod works. And then other tool and technology is the Edulastic. The thing that I want to introduce here, that what we have done for the local boards of the country, because our domain is the assessment of the class 9, 10, 11, and 12. This is the big issue. IBCC proposals for assessment and examinations from grade 9 to 12. I am bringing before all these researchers. I will also need some input from the audience that we may improve our proposals. To club the, there's a problem in Pakistan as well. If we are talking about the from metric to inter, 40% students are going to drop out. If 6 million students are appearing in inter, it means that 10 million students appeared in the metric. So 40% students are dropped out in the metric. So we have to control dropout as well. To club the two qualifications at a 4-year secondary school, at this moment we have 4 years, we have divided into 9, 10, 2 years, and 11, 12, 2 years. What we are proposing is to club the two qualifications as a 4-year secondary school qualification, ordinary and advanced level. Most developed countries are doing this practice. The structure scheme of studies needs to be changed by eradicating assessment of narrow stream of subjects. The students will have the freedom to choose subjects outside and across their area of study, will encourage holistic development, because we are very, inflexible in our scheme of studies. For pre-engineering, you have to take 3 courses. For pre-medical, you have to again take 3 courses. But when we are talking about the flexible system, then students can opt the courses of their choices. But for that, we have to align these systems with the universities and all other institutions. Examination of compulsory subjects in first 2 years of 4-year, examination of elective subjects throughout 4 years, last 2 years in-depth study of the electives. The boards should be encouraged to take continuous assessment, because we have summative assessment in boards, only one exam, final exam. It should be the modular or semester-based or formative assessment. Grading system should be revamped and improved. The biggest problem with our grading system is we are assessing our students in same way. For example, we are not differentiating the assessment of chemistry and languages. We say that this student has got 80 numbers. But when we talk about the languages, speaking, writing, and there are different skills, we are not mentioning, we are not giving feedback to the students whether he or she is weak in writing or in speaking. So we are not grading properly. So we have to revamp, number one. Number two, for example, we say that this student has got A1 grade or A-star grade. What was his or her knowledge level? What was his or her understanding level? What was his or her application level, analysis level, synthesis level? We are not giving feedback to our students. So grading system should be revamped. Paper pattern of the board exam of certain subjects should be redesigned with multiple choices, because we want to eradicate or reduce the rote learning system. Enhance capacity of boards in assessment and examination. There should be mechanism for the post exam analysis. Research should be encouraged or made mandatory by all boards. These are the proposals that we have given to the federal and provincial governments to bring some reforms in the examination and assessment systems. Because this is our target, rote learning to the conceptual learning. Other thing is that we don't have effective mechanism of the conducting practicals at college and school levels. We are just conducting vivos of these students. This is not, you can't judge the skills of a student just through vivos. So this is a defective system. Working in assessment and has developed its indigenous products of online on-screen marking of, I'm talking about the red marker systems. Tomorrow we have an MOU with the red markers. What they are doing, I am just introducing their products. Product validated with they have, validated this product at Peshawar and PEC. And they have trained some staff over there. This is a mechanism, how they are working. First thing that I told you, this is a curriculum. Our question papers are being designed from the textbooks. This is again a dilemma. We do not consider the students' learning outcomes, SLOs. Otherwise, question papers must be designed or item must be designed or developed from the SLOs. But we are focusing only the textbook. That's why our system has become based on the rote learning. So what we are doing in the system that we are going to sign MOU with the red marker, curriculum, assessment framework, and then item development, its testing, and finally, so what we are doing, we are creating a database of question items of hundreds of thousands. What we'll do, you may store all these questions in your database with all these tags, the parameters. You have to maintain the difficulty level, you have maintained the cognitive level, and this will be set in the assessment framework. You just have to click the button and question paper will be generated. You can generate 1,000 question papers. And all these things will be maintained or ensured through assessment framework. This is the beauty of this software or product. And this is the digital item bank with the facility to add standardized items based on set parameters of curriculum to develop centralized repository of boards and institutions. By the way, this has been implemented by the Punjab Examination Commission. They are conducting examination from grade 1 to grade 8. Centralized assessment framework and data bank can generate multiple exam papers from remote authorized locations. Virtual environment that users, administrators can remotely access the collaborative and develop item following review approval hierarchy. Allows item writers to develop rubric-based marking scheme and tagging of item according to the curriculum, designed to help identify knowledge gaps and areas for improvement based on students' professional performance against set indicators. So this is the procedure how this will work. So what will be the expected outcome? I told you that that we are going to introduce the technology for the assessment, enhance validity and reliability of question items. At this time, you don't know which board is generating quality question papers. You don't have control. Maybe all are based on rote learning, knowledge-based questions, easy questions, or all difficult questions. Predefined indices, difficulty, discrimination, point by serial, time, etc. of each question item on basis of pre-testing. Predefined assessment grid covering various cognitive domains for to balance a paper. Use of appropriate command word in questions to define scope of questions. He is talking about the Bloom's taxonomy. Mistakes-free construct of the question papers. Overcome the issue of repeated and out of course questions items, and all these issues that we are facing almost every year. So if we are going to introduce question item bank through question item repository, we can address all these issues. These are the tagging. You can see at right side, For example, this knowledge is a basic cognitive domain. Most of our papers are based on the knowledge right now. No question from understanding, but what IBCC has done, IBCC has decided that there will be only 40% question from knowledge. There will be 40% question from understanding and 20% question from the applications. And these are the tags that to cover all these things. And the other product that we are going to introduce in our boards is the red markers online or screen marking, e-marking. Teacher can check paper everywhere. Access is available on your laptop or on your mobile. Rubrics are there. So this is another product that we will introduce. Recommendations. Assessment framework for online exams. This framework is not available right now in the country. That IBCC has proposed that there should be assessment framework for online exams. Policies and working groups to work on online education schools. No any single school is available in Pakistan which is conducting online classes, online schooling. World has introduced online schooling, but we don't have such policies. It can minimize students dropout, blended or hybrid system, many developing countries, engaging edtech companies. These are the recommendations that we have submitted to the ministry. Promote available options, Sabak Foundation, Learning Page, Khan Academy, etc. And there's need to conduct research in local context. What are our issues? Keeping in view these problems, IBCC till 2020, we had the system of the entire system. It was manual, and now the equivalence has been made as online, 100% online. So what is our mandate? This is our mandate is in 3 areas: attestation and equivalence, attestation of educational documents up to higher secondary. Our domain scope is up to the metric and inter level, grade 12, and from grade 12 onward, handled by the Higher Education Commission. Coordination amongst boards, and third one is the co-curricular activities. These are the this is the mandate of IBCC. To engage these students, we had a weekly activity session that's live with vice chancellors or live with IBCC for awareness and career guide counseling of the students during COVID-19 pandemic, in which thousands of these students attending this. And then we are conducting regular e-kachari twice a month. What we have done in digitalization, the IBCC successfully launched online equivalence portal and mobile apps in July 2021. On the Special Director of Federal Minister, the IBCC is now issuing digital equivalence certificate. The digital verification module service has also been introduced. This is a process. The student will register him or herself and then initiate case, then educational, he or she will provide education details, then online payment, then courier booking, and then document checklist, and then submit the, this is the user or a student end process. And what is the process at IBCC end? Acceptance by window staff, and then we are going to check or verify from the database of the Cambridge or other foreign boards, and then issue the certificate. What are the advantages? What were the problems that students were facing before, and what facilities we have provided now? There was no speedy disposal system. The applicants had to stand in queues for us to even deposit fees. Payment of IBCC fees was limited to the physical presence and in limited branches. Courier service wasn't available. Now what we are doing, the applicants can apply online for issuance of equivalence certificates. The applicant can deposit their fees online from IBCC mobile app, Applicants can upload PDF or image of document. No need to send original documents at IBCC. The digital verification, the ease of business. Remote verification, reduce cost and time, paperless environment, real-time verification and response, verified email for office record, safe, secure, and swift. This is the process that we have started. Any university, because a student, him or herself, will not apply for the verification. That's the organization that will apply to IBCC. Organization will submit the application, initial process, then QR code. This is a new feature that we have inserted in this one. So how it will be done at our side, even at organization side. Organization will read that QR code, and they will see just a link, and then click that link, and they can easily verify the data from our portal. And if they want to store the record, just enter their email, and auto email will be sent to that organization for their office record. Why we did all this? This is because of the COVID. COVID pushed us all towards these, because if you are not doing, if you are not ready for the automation or digitalization, definitely your survival will be difficult. And your end users, your students, your parents, we are dealing with all countries abroad, because students who are studying outside, we are giving equivalents to the 1,000 qualifications. There's no need to visit IBCC now. You can do all these activities from your office or from your home. Thank you very much, sir.
Please, if you have any question. Is it working?
Okay, my name is Dr. Mudassir, and I am from Comstech University. Actually, you have talked that you are making a database of questions, and this will be used for assessment of the students during their academia in the intermediate or metric. But as per my knowledge, this will again be a textual based learning system. This is not that much upgraded as per requirements. As you have taught, just one example I will be given here. When we are talking about the skills, as you said, we are measuring in the same way, chemistry and the languages. So again, this will be the same. If we are making an online database, how we are measuring the skills of the students, specifically with related to the subject. So we have to take care about these things rather than making online systems or online things. So we have to adopt something that will really check the capability of a student, not with respect to the bookish one. And one more thing I wanna add here is that IBCC has to take care about the intake process of the universities and medical colleges. So when a student passes his intermediate exams, he has to appear to the university's internal exams or whatsoever. Again, that is the textbook base. So they are not concentrating on interview based or student capability based selection. So for example, this year, the COVID students have got almost 1100 out of 1100, most of the students. So how you will judge in that a student is capable to engage in medical studies, or he is capable to engage in engineering or general sciences? So universities and medical universities have to take care on this. So IBCC has to play a role with collaboration of different boards and universities with respect to their selection process and examination process of the IBCC or the intermediate students. Thank you.
So point has been noted. You are very much right. We conducted a research, and we found that in intermediate, grade 12, there were 172 students who got 1100 out of 1100 marks. And this was the problem, why we face this problem. I worked a lot on this. Actually, NCOC gave us very limited time that we are giving you, for example, 2 weeks and you have to conduct all examinations. And this was impossible for us because we have to conduct, more than 100 papers. There are list of the, elective papers. So we had to conduct examination in very limited time. So all the boards decided that we should conduct examination of only elective subjects. So we conducted exam of only 3 subjects: physics, chemistry, math, or physics, chemistry, biology, or in same way. What happened? If a student got 300 marks in these 3 subjects, where problems, arise. If a student got 300 marks in these subjects, proportionally he got 250 marks in compulsory subjects. So he or she got 550. Actually, he got 300, but proportionally he got 250 in compulsory as well, because we didn't conduct exam of the compulsory courses. 550. This was the result of grade 12. What about the grade 11? Last year we couldn't, conduct the examination, and we decided that the marks of grade 12 will be reflected in marks in grade 11. 550 were added in grade 11. 550, 550, 1100. So actually these are 300 marks. So these are, the issue that we are facing. You pointed out rightly that our education or assessment is based on the rote learning. If you are going to change the pattern of the test, student becomes fail. You saw the result in the PMC. So we have to minimize the rote learning in our education system or assessment system.
Thank you for sharing your experience and the research or the work you've done so far. The first thing I will just make a point that you just said that you conducted the exam in 3 subjects, but you mapped those marks on 6 subjects, right? So was that the only way to do this? Because this mapping create a confusion. So the student who got actually 300 marks was supported like he or she got 100% marks. So you by this mapping you actually generate a confusion or create a confusion for the other institute to judge the students. One thing. The second thing is all the system you shows to us or discuss in the presentation. The centric part of this system is the teacher and the syllabus, but I can't see any planning how to train the teacher to develop the questions or to develop the paper, a question paper, because making a question paper is an art, is a skill where you can divide the difficulty levels so that all the different level student in the class can attempt the paper. And with this teacher, what is your process to change the syllabus accordingly so that the student concentrate more on the concepts than just remembering the lines and like from the books? Thank you.
So there were 2 questions, the excellent questions. The question number 1 was about the policy decision. That was decided by IPEMC, Inter-Provincial Education Minister Conference, and where we discussed various options, and finally it was, because the Vice Chancellors or Higher Education Commission also proposed that usually we take students on basis of these subjects, or even engineering or medical universities, they take students on the basis of these subjects. That's why we decided that we should go for these subjects. So this was the policy decisions and made by the interprovincial education minister, where the education minister from all provinces are the members of this forum. The second is, yes, you are very much right. I have yesterday submitted a PC1 that if we are talking about the assessment, you have to train your teacher. So we are working on the teacher training, and I showed a slide that the red marker, they installed this software in Peshawar board, and they trained 20,000 teachers over there, because this is impossible without the training of the teachers. So we are focusing on the teacher training as well. Thank you. Syllabus, the government has recently worked on the single national curriculum. So they are focusing on the single national curriculum. This time we are focusing or following the curriculum of 2006. But from 2023, I think we will go to the SNC, single national curriculum. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, and my name is Muhammad Taha Hassan. First of all, I have to say, being a teacher myself, my mother is also an educationist. I love the proposal that you put up there. And this was something that we wanted to see for a long time. We were working on it on a very small scale. And Bloom's taxonomy and the reformed assessment system, everything I see up there, I mean, I see almost the same thing. And yes, that is very, appreciable. So, but after that, are you going to bring this system towards the primary education? That's my question. The main question here is that, are you going to work towards the primary system? Because, on a school level, the education right now is very much unmonitored, especially the assessments and the curriculum. There are various boards, various publishers of various books. All of those books, I see so many defects in. And I have discussed this with many other teachers, professors, and educationists. They also don't see a single book fit for a good curriculum, like, for the 21st century skills. There are so many learning theories, right? So the thing is, according to a lot of people, there is no single, set of books, you can say. There is no single set of books that can be used for primary education. There are so many options, and none of them are completely viable. So is there a solution to that? Is that being worked on?
Okay. Actually, if we are talking about the IBCC, our mandate is from grade 9 to grade 12. Okay. So our mandate doesn't allow us to work for the primary or elementary level students. But as I am part of the ministry as well, in review meetings, I am continuously observing that the ministry is working on the single national curriculum, and they are working. The curriculum for grade 1 to 5 has been started, and Punjab and KP, they have adopted this curriculum. I think that that has not been adopted in Sindh. Otherwise, it has been adopted. It has been designed, and government is very much open to get the suggestion. If you visit the NCC, National Curriculum Council, their website, and they have opened and requested all the researchers and all the academicians that you may put your suggestion, and we will improve our curriculum. So NCC is working on it. Yeah.
I have those slides because I did not have enough time to read them.
If you allow them, we can share with the participants. If you don't,
Okay, you can share with the participants. Yeah.
We'll share with the participants.
Okay, thank you so much.
NTS, National Testing Center, or National Testing Services, they already has a database where they manage their MCQs and questions. So why not you get help from them or follow their
Well,
model.
that is a different body, and I don't know whether they will share their database or not. This
It's
it
a
is their
next
property.
level.
Number one. Number two, I don't think that NTS covers all these subjects, because we have list of subjects and we have 100 subjects.
No,
I don't know whether they have database of the commerce, economics. I don't know.
No, yeah, they don't have for all the
Yeah,
subjects.
yeah.
But I'm saying that they have a system, implemented system. They already know how to manage.
So I have meeting with them, and we have seen the mechanism, how they are, the processes, how they are doing, but they will not share their database with us. Yeah, and we have to develop our own items through the trained teachers. Yeah.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Sabah Sahar from CISSS Karachi. And my question is regarding the dropout. As you mentioned that 40% of the students, got dropped out when they enter in the intermediate. So what are the causes of that dropout? Are you working on that? I mean, or any solution to tackle that? And my second question is regarding the girls' education, because that is the biggest problem. Most of the girls are not allowed to go to, schools, and especially the higher education. So I want your response regarding that. Thank you.
Actually, I am a researcher here. I am neither I am from ministry nor from the bureaucracy. But I can respond to your question. Number one, that is about the dropout. This can be controlled, yes. We propose them two options that you may, you see, we have primary section, grade 1 to 5. No student dropped from in these 5 years. Why? Because 5 years are consecutive, 1, 2, 3, you are going to promote these students. When we say that from 2 years, you have to go in colleges. So that's the main reason, number one. Number two, after matric, many students are going in job or some, other areas. So we have proposed two options. One is to club these two degrees into 4 years. It should be 1 degree or 1 qualification. It should be secondary qualification for secondary school qualification, and 4 years. Then the second is the online education. If a student is not able to go, physically, then he or she has option to, register him or herself through online. In Pakistan, we don't have such policy for online schooling. So we have proposed that government should work on the online schooling as well. So these are the two suggestions that we have submitted to the government. Sir.
Thank you, sir.
You are very much right. Recently, the federal board has announced the metric tech, and the student who is interested in vocational studies, he or she can join the metric tech, or maybe next year they are going to announce the intertech. So these are the also areas where students can, they will get some skills, and then they can join the market. Yeah.
Thank
For
you,
the
sir.
female students, I don't know, but the governments, provincial governments and federal government, they are definitely working on it. And they are offering many scholarships to the female students.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Because due to time constraint,
So just a minute. So I would like to second the suggestion from the sir. I'm not pretty sure what was his name. Sir, actually, I have been working with NAPTEC, National Vocational Technical Training Commission. Right now, we are having a program from Prime Minister Office, and that's free of cost skill training program.
It's like Kamyab Jawan?
Yes, it's under the Kamyab Jawan program. And we were facing, since 5 years, we were facing a lot of problem. That's actually designed for the drop-off students.
Okay.
But unfortunately, there was different honeypots we developed for the drop-out students to join those programs. But unfortunately, that's a dilemma. Somehow it's due to disconnectedness of the departments. These data must be shared with the NAPTEC so that most of the seats were unoccupied. And even they offered the 3,000 scholarship per month. But most of the seats in the skills development, free of cost training, 3,000 scholarship, after all these honeypots, they were unable to completely train the people. So that same data can be shared with the NAPTEC so that the people can utilize it for outreach to those people.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your such informative talk. And Professor Ghulam Ali Mullah put his best effort toward the betterment of the education system, especially for the school-going student. And he initiated several new projects from the IBCC platform and trying to maximize the usage of ICT in real scenarios. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker is Professor Mohammad Rabidan Mohammad Qasim. Mohammad Rabidan Mohammad Qasim has worked 33 years in Malaysian Institute of Microelectronics System, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Malaysia. MIMOS is the government applied industrial R&D aim in IT and microelectronics. He joined MIMOS as a research fellow and now in the R&D manager in the Technology Deployment Department. His research interests include wireless sensor network, Internet of Things, real-time system, and multimedia. Professor is an IEEE senior member and regional coordinator of R10, IEEE Computer Society. He was the IEEE Computer Society Malaysia chapter chair from 2002 to 2013. His title of talk is Application of IoT in Smart Agriculture Industry. So I now request Professor Qasim to please I think your mic is mute.
Okay, can you hear me, Prof?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good evening to all the participants. First, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to participate in this comstech. I think Professor Khan will give some introduction about me. So I think, can I share the screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, let me check. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can I make in a presentation?
Just move it slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. So the title of my presentation is Application of IoT in Smart Agriculture Industry. Okay. This will be the table of contents. Normally, if we talk about this agriculture or smart agriculture, it will take like 2.5 to 3 hours. But due to the time given for this talk, I have miniaturized the talk. I summarized the talk roughly for half an hour and another 10 minutes for Q&A. Okay, so this will be the contents that I'm going to talk about: introduction, IoT revolution, some main IoT applications. Then we have agriculture 5. Then we see some of the applications. And of course, we will discuss about the issues and challenges. And finally, we'll talk a bit about the conclusions. Okay, so this is the introduction. So smart agriculture with IoT is a growing industry now. It means the utilization of this IoT technology is also growing around that figure, 20%. And this happens globally in many countries, okay, including Japan, India, and Canada. Okay, so when we hear about this smart agriculture, one of the question normally comes to your mind is the smart agriculture something profitable? Okay, so as you know, the technology brings a lot of positive impacts to farm management, and of course, this will help us to generate more profit. Smart agriculture also helps farmers to distribute their commodities, the most rewarding markets, because here not only we talk about the smart agriculture, we also talk about the whole ecosystem, including the e-marketing, selling your products direct to the customers and so forth. And some software connects the farmers to the nearest potential buyers. Okay. Despite the earnings, the farmer should be also aware there is some maintenance and installation costs. The profit is relative, so it depends on the crops and also the size of the land that you are cultivating. This is the pre-internet to IoT. So we can see here we have 5 phases. So earlier in the pre-internet era, we have a human to human. This basically we use the telephone and also the short message system. Then we have the internet of content. This is where we use the web. And then we go to the web 2.0. This is where we talk about productivity and e-commerce. Then we go to the next phase, we call internet of people. This is where the social media such as Skype, Facebook, YouTube take place. And now we are in the IoT or Internet of Things, where machine to machine. So here it helps us to do identification, tracking, monitoring, and also the automation. If you see the global application of IoT in 2020, the top one is of course the manufacturing or industrial, and the agriculture is at the 8th place. But based on some data, the agriculture will be one of the top 3 applications in next 2 to 3 years. Okay, so this is going to happen because there's a lot of demand for the usage of IoT in agriculture, not only in the developed country, but also many countries in Asia region. Let's see how the evolution of agriculture technology. I'm sure you have seen the manual methods. Okay, this happened very old time. And then they start to use machines. This is where the tractors, and then slowly they move into automation. And now most of the agriculture, we are moving into this knowledge era, where we use a drone, autonomous systems, and video analytics and so forth to make decision support systems or tools. Okay, one of the important facts is by 2050, the food need to be increased because the number of population is going to be increased tremendously. So in order to meet this demand, the conventional method is not sufficient. We have to move in a better and more productive way. Okay, this is through the technology and also automation. There are already some activities going on. For example, the IOF 2020, this project was developed by this European Commission or EC. and they have spent a big amount of money for this project. Okay, let's see the drivers of technology in agriculture. So if you see, there are 4 main drivers. One is the automation, climate, resource optimization, and high yields. Okay, and resource optimization, that means we could save the manpower, we could optimize the lands, the irrigation, and also the fertilizers. And of course, the higher yields, we have food crops and also cash crops. Okay, so these cash crops are like plantation, like palm oil, rubber, and things like that. So this one mostly depend on the weather, the industry demand, and also the energy. Okay, so this is agriculture 5. So we started with agriculture 1, this early 20th century. Then we move on to agriculture 2, here mainly is the green revolution. Then agriculture 3, we focus on lowering the cost, also at the same time enhance the quality. Agriculture 4 is parallel to the industrial revolution. Here we use a lot of automation. And agriculture 5 is basically AI based or knowledge based. These are some of the important parameters when we talk about agriculture. So basically we can divide into 3. One is the soil, then the water, and then the microclimate. We talk about soil, these are the important parameters: the temperature, moisture, nutrients, and also the pH. Water, the conductivity, pH, temperature, the water level, and the flow. And microclimate, the wind speed, luminosity, rainfall, and also the relative humidity. Okay, these are some of the factors you need to consider. Or these are the parameters normally monitored in the smart agriculture environment. However, it depends on the crops that you are going to cultivate. Okay, some crops you may not need to monitor for example, the wind speed. Okay, some crops maybe you don't need to look into the conductivity. Okay, this is one example of how the wireless sensors application for agriculture. You see here we have starting from remote sensing. We have, if we talk about environment, we have a rain sensor, wind sensor, humidity sensor, temperature sensor. Then you also at the same time have cameras. Then in the plant, you have the canopy temperature sensor, digital cameras. Then for the soil, you also have a moisture sensor, soil temperature, and also tensionometers. These are some examples. It's not an exhaustive list, but this is just one example. So if we talk about agriculture sensors, in general, these are type of sensors. You have the location sensors, optical sensors, electrochemical sensors, mechanical sensors, dielectric soil dampener sensors, and airflow sensors. So these are details of each of the sensors. Okay, location sensors. So this sensor will help us to determine the latitude and longitude. Optical sensors, these make use of the light to evaluate the soil properties. Electrochemical sensors, this collecting chemical information of the soils. And then you have mechanical sensors, the electric sensors to assess the soil compactness. Okay. And this is one example of a greenhouse, okay, where we use the wireless sensors. For example, we are using here the pH, humidity, soil moisture. We have 2 temperature sensor. One is the soil temperature. The other one, this one is probably is ambient temperature. Okay. So this is one of the typical architecture. Okay. So you have the sensors. In this case, I start from this number 1. This is the temperature, humidity, and CO2 sensors. You get the input, and then you send this input through wireless communication means. So if the distance is short, say like 10 to 20 meters, you can always use the ZigBee. So you go to this control panel, and of course, from this control panel, you can use a GSM or GPS or any other wireless method to send to the cloud, and the users can access the information using their mobile app or the web browsers. Okay, And of course, at the same time, the control panel also will activate these systems. For example, if the temperature is very hot, we will on the mistings. If the humidifier is too hot, we will on the humidifier or the circulation fan. So it depends how we program these actuators based on the input from the sensors or the threshold values. Okay, if it exceeds the threshold values or below the threshold values, some of these control devices will be activated. Okay. Then the application of robots in agriculture, we have medium and large robots in 2010. Then we move on to mini robots. So this one is working from 6 hours, handling large message in short time. Then we have micro robots, for example, in this plant, they have these robots at some strategic locations so that the healthiness or the current situation of these plants will be transmitted to the servers. And then you can use those data to make some critical decisions. Okay. And then we expect in 2030 or predict in 2030, we'll have nano robots where you can almost have a robot on every leaves. Okay, that means the information is going to be very accurate and it can be also very helpful to make a decision. And this is one example of robots we use in agriculture. This simple tractor normally used, but it's fitted with a lot of IoT features and also the devices. For example, it has a GPS receiver. Of course, it has a touch screen, steering sensors, hydraulic controls, antenna. Okay, so in some cases, they also have tractors anonymous. That means you don't have any drivers unmanned. So it will do the activities based on the location that we have programmed. Okay, for weeding, for also fertilization and activities like that. Okay, then the other thing is many a time there's a lot of issues about this software because most of the time you can buy the hardware from the shelf, but you got problem with the software. You have to develop the software. It takes time and a lot of customization. But you need to worry for that because currently there are a lot of open source or softwares available in the market. In fact, some of these softwares you can download and use your handphones. It can be for Android based, and you can monitor a lot of your farming activities through these handphones. It's very good because the farmers don't need to buy additional devices. They don't need to buy PCs or tabs or any other additional devices. They can just use their handphone, okay, to monitor their farms. These are some applications. Okay, so the application consists of following items. For example, monitoring, activating, alerting, and also decision making. Okay, and of course, this software you can customize. Okay, we have done one project in our office to manage this mushroom farm. We call it shiitake mushroom, and we use this Android-based handphone to monitor and also manage the farms. This is one UI that we developed for the mushroom farm that I mentioned just now. So this it can show you the real-time information. For example, at this point of time, what's the temperature, what's the humidity, and how much is the CO2 particle per minute. Okay, this will be the current values. And of course, you can change some of these parameters here. Okay, depends on the application. Okay, then these are some checklists, because a lot of people would like to start smart agriculture, but they need to have some kind of checklist. What are the important or basic crucial elements that I need to look into before I start this smart agriculture? One is, of course, your hardware, but as I mentioned earlier, you don't need to invest a lot on this user interface. You can use these, what we call your handphones or Android based phones. And then the security, of course, you are going to send a lot of data. For example, in our project, we send data for every 10 minutes. So it's going to be a huge amount of data. So you need to have some level of security. And then your data collection, database, then your connectivity, because in some rural areas, you find difficult to get internet access. Okay, so this will cover in the issues, how we overcome this. And also you need to have a good infrastructure, mobility, and of course you need to have this maintenance, because a lot of time they start a project, IoT-based farming, they survive for the first 6 months or 1 year. After that, there's no maintenance and then the project collapse. Okay, so there need to be some maintenance, and also the farmer need to allocate some money for this maintenance. Okay, then your forecasting model. These are some of the issues. Okay. These are some of the issues, but I start with non-technical issues. Later we'll go to some technical issues. Of course, there will be some issues on these standards, because even though we call it open standards, but sometimes the hardware devices are proprietary. Okay, your software might be open standard, but you got problem when you face with some of this hardware. They don't support all the open standards. Then it's a fragmented market. Okay, then the awareness, and this is where it's very important to convince the farmers, train them, tell them, and show them something on the ground that this is something working. Okay, and then high investment. Of course, initially it will involve high investment. So some of the suggestion later I'll show is the small farmers, they need to put together, I mean, they have to work together with other farmers so that they could have a bigger land to do this cultivation, so that they can maximize the profit and it will be more cost effective. And then, of course, there's a fear of new technology. As you know, most of our farmers are not very IT literate. So initially, they'll have some fear of technology. So that's why it's good, for example, you use whatever devices they already have rather than bringing in new devices. For example, the handphone, I'm sure all the farmers at least have one handphone. So if you put your application on the handphone, it will be easier for them to use the handphone, and they don't need to buy a new device and train them to use the new device. Then manpower, we need to put a lot of manpower, but of course we need to train them, because many of the time we see a lot of systems are even developed by the government, given to the farmers, but we don't train the farmers to use the system. So end of the day, the system collapse simply because it too depend on this trained or technical people. Okay, so we need to give some kind of training to the farmers. Okay, it can be gradually. We don't expect them to be expert within 1 or 2 months. It might take 6 months or 1 year. Okay. Now we look at the technical issues. Okay, so these are some of the issues: the architecture, data management, the data transmission, the data security, the power management. Okay, since we will be using a lot of wireless sensors, so the management of power is very important. Okay, then of course the internet connectivity. So these are some of the technical challenges. We'll go through some of these technical challenges. First is the architecture. So wireless sensor network hardware and equipment which are directly exposed to harsh environment condition may destroy the equipment, especially the electronic parts. Especially this is something very crucial if you are doing your farming in an open farm. It's not a greenhouse. Greenhouse, you also have some impact on this environmental, but it's not as bad as an open farming. So the design of the WSN devices are very crucial, and it should comply to some standards such as IP67 for devices which are deployed in an open field. Okay. Then second is your data transmission. Your communication signals from the sensors become weak when they reach the transceivers due to many physical obstacles. So such you need to get a robust networking technologies should use to transfer your data. Okay, because sometimes, for example, if you are using in a palm oil plantation, sometimes the leaves, is very dense. It might disturb the transmission of the data or the signals. Okay, so you should put the repeaters at the strategic place so that the data will reach to the server or the control panel. Then the third one is your data management. IT infrastructure for agriculture environment is more complicated compared to others because the agriculture requires continuous real-time monitoring. Okay, and also the environment condition is very stringent. Then it's recommended to use a SOA, which will be a most suitable platform. Then of course your data security, the WSN-based agriculture transmit millions of data every day, and the security of the data is very important. I think most of the time we use the encryption. At least the basic data security is also good enough for some application. Then the devices need to make sure that sensitive data are encrypted. There's a need to provide a mechanism that guarantees data security throughout the wireless sensor network. Then the power management, sensor nodes are battery driven and they must have a lifetime in order for them to be lasting for a longer period, for example, months to years. Okay. Some sensors that we used for application can last from 18 to 24 months. Okay. And also sometimes it depends how you design your architecture. Okay. You need to have like the things like what we call sleeping mode, energy saving algorithm and things like that. Okay, so some WSN operates solely on energy scavengers from the environment through Sesame photovoltaic or thermal conversion. And of course, there are some studies or techniques going on power optimization, is including the power gating and dynamic voltage frequency scaling. Then, of course, the internet connectivity in many remote rural areas, particularly in the developing countries, strong, reliable internet connectivity is not available yet. Okay, so unless the network performance and bandwidth speeds are significantly improved, then implementation of smart agriculture or precision agriculture will remain as an issue. In many farmlands that have tall and dense tree reception of communication signals become a big issue. Then the ICT knowledge. In general, majority of farmers are lack of IT knowledge. This is one of the main obstacles for developing wireless network or smart farming in IoT. Farmers need to be educated on IT and WSN system and how it can help them to run their farms more efficiently. And this is my conclusion. Agriculture production must be increased by 70% by 2050 to meet the world's food demand. Future farms are small, integrated, technology-driven, and more productive. WSN, robotics, drone, machine vision, big data, cognitive technologies are critical enablers of smart agriculture. So it's basically a combination of many technologies. It's not coming from one single technology. And of course, the issues that I have highlighted earlier need to be improved in order to meet the world food demand. Okay, thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Any questions from the floor?
Thank you, sir. Take any questions from the audience. So we have a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor, for such a nice talk. I have a query. Since you have presented some stuff that that is concerned with drones for agriculture. So what are your point of views regarding pesticide and other sprays in agriculture using drone? So how can we make sure that while this drone is doing the needful, it does not damage the plants themselves? So how can that be? Because if you spray it from far away, it can miss the target. And if you spray it from somewhere near to the plant, it can end up damaging the plant. So what's your take on that?
Okay, that's a good question. Actually, a lot of practitioners are concerned about this, but they have developed the drones. They can bring to the optimized level such a way it is not too near to the plant and not very far. And also in some cases, they do take into consideration the wind speed and wind direction. And so the nozzles can be always set such a way it won't go out of the coverage area. So they have tested this, and even in Malaysia, they have tested this in some paddy field, and they find it's very, very effective, and there is not much damages are done. I mean, it is something practical and something doable without damaging as you are concerned in your question. Okay. Any other questions from?
Yes, we have another question. Just a minute. They're getting the mic.
Okay.
Hello, this is Dr. Sabah Sahar here. My question is about the data security, as you mentioned, it's very important.
Yes.
So what are the possible challenges, and if there is a breach of the data security, such as cyber attack or anything, so what are the what consequences are going to be happen, and how can we deal with those consequences? Thank you.
Okay. So it really depends on the farm and also the crops that you are looking into. Say, for example, if you are talking about commercial commodities, okay, so the security is very important because some of this data, not only they use for making decision for the current situation, they also use for forecasting. Okay, so if this data go to your competitor, it will be a challenge or threat to your business or your farming activity. So there are a few ways. One of the simple way that they are doing is like what we call they do the encryption of the data. Okay. So, secondly, also they use what we call some cloud systems. These cloud systems comes with a very thorough security. Okay, for example, firewalls and things like that. So in many ways, most of these data can be protected. Okay, but if we are talking like a small farm, just a vegetable and simple cultivation, so the data is not a very data security is not that critical as for the plantation of commodity based crops. Okay. Any questions?
Any other questions?
Thank you, Professor, for sparing your precious time with us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll share also the slides. Maybe you can give to some of your participants.
Yes. Please send the slides, or we will share with the participant.
Yes, sure.
Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Hui Wong. Hui Wong is a professor of computer science in Queen's University, Belfast. Prior to that, he was professor of computer science in the School of Computing, Ulster University, where he led the Artificial Intelligence Research Center from 2009 to 2021, and was research director there in 2018 to 2020. He obtained his PhD in artificial intelligence from Ulster University and MSc and BSc in computer science from China. He is principal investigator of a number of regional, national, international projects in the areas of image and video analytics, spectral data analytics, text analytics, content management. His research interests are machine learning, knowledge representation and reasoning, and their application in image, video, spectra, and text data analysis. Notable contribution including latest machine, contextual probability, and neighborhood counting. So his current focus is detecting learning and knowledge-based learning. So now I request Professor Hui Wong to share his presentation.
Okay, thank you, and the chair of the conference for the introduction, and also thank you to the organizer for the kind invitation. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is my talk. The title of my talk: Machine Learning for Virus Detection in the Viral Infection Outbreak. So I have given a number of topics for this talk, but eventually this one was selected. Okay. Okay, let me see how to move around. Okay, so this is the outline of my talk. And I'm going to share with you my journey to virus detection. I specialize in computer science and artificial intelligence, as mentioned by the organizer. But how did I get into virus detection? So I'm going to share with you my journey, and then I'm going to spend much of the time on the project that I'm currently working on. So it is a virus detection related project funded by the UK Research Council. So I'm going to talk about the goals and the research program and my team, my findings so far, and the insight we have obtained through this project. And then I'm going to talk about the novel approaches to the virus detection. So based on our insight, we have designed new research activities. So that includes the small data learning and detection learning. And so we are still living in the shadow of the COVID pandemic. So we know that okay, let me let me switch off the recording because I prepared the recording just in case. And there is some connection problems. Let me switch off this first. Let me. How can I stop sharing? I need to do something about the stop share. Okay. So this can be disrupted if the two sounds. This paper reports fine. Okay, how can I switch off the background? Okay, let me do it this way. Okay, so we are still in the pandemic. So we all know the damages and the disruptions the pandemic has caused.
Can you share your screen?
All right. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the COVID pandemic is caused by the respiratory virus infection at a global scale. So this, we know this is caused by a specific virus. So we know how serious this infection is. And there are different measures to counter the COVID pandemic. including vaccines, including lockdowns, and also includes virus detection. So among the virus detection methods, we have the PCR, which is the gold standard. So this one is very reliable, but it is costly and it is time consuming as well. So there are alternative detection methods, including the temperature, to measure temperature, and the biosensors and immunoassays and spectroscopy as well. So these alternative methods are cheaper and faster, but the reliability is a question. Not as reliable, and in some cases the reliability is still a big question. Now my focus is the spectroscopy approach. So there are different spectroscopic techniques, including Raman, the SIRS, the FTIR, and many others. So these techniques have been used for the detection of influenza, the RSV virus, HIV virus, hepatitis, and more recently, they have been used to detect SARS-CoV-2 virus, which is the COVID virus. So these methods are quick and effective according to the papers, but they are still quite expensive. And in the case of Ramans, so you are talking about tens of thousands of pounds. So that is a lot of money. So they are still not suitable for wide deployment. And another spectroscopic technique is the near-infrared spectroscopy, NIRS. So they have been shown to work on the Zika virus, H7N9 virus, and some other viruses as well. But there is a big question. Does it work for respiratory viruses detection like the SARS-CoV-2 virus? So that is a big question and there's no answer as yet. And so that is the question we are currently trying to answer. So here is an outline of my journey to virus detection. So I have been working in the area of AI for 20 years. And in more recent years, I specialize to look at spectral pattern recognition. So it is pattern recognition on the spectral data. The data are collected from the spectroscopy. So we focus on food authentication, and we have come up with 4 generations of food authentication solutions. So on the top right hand, that is the first generation. So it is based on one NIR spectrometer, and which is connected to a probe and the computer. So we have demonstrated that this is okay. This works to detect whether your apple is organic apple or not. And the latest version, or the 4th generation of the solution, is this one shown in this picture. So that is a solution built into a mobile phone. It doesn't need any external devices. And so everything is built into a mobile phone. Then you can use this mobile phone to detect, to check whether your oil is pure olive oil or not, whether your milk is pure milk or not. So that is the 4th generation. Okay, then in February 2020, so I went on the journey to Karachi University to attend one conference. And in the airport, when I arrived in the airport, so I witnessed such scenes. So everybody has to be scanned by the temperature gun. And so that was a common scene in those days. Then I asked myself the question, is it accurate to use temperature to detect virus infection? So it turns out that the success rate is not so high. and I asked myself, can I do something to make this kind of detection more accurate? Because I know that some of the spectrometers are quite powerful and quite portable as well. And then when I came back from Karachi, I submitted a project application to the Research Council. Then I got funded. So that is some detail about this funding. And so that is so here we have two pictures on the left-hand side. So that is the conference scene. And so that is the conference I attended in Karachi. On the right-hand side, that is a picture I took in the laboratory when we do the data measurement. Okay, and the VIPERS project. So that is the name of the project. So in this project, we study near infrared spectral characteristics of the respiratory viruses. So we focus on the respiratory viruses, and then we design a data analysis pipeline, and in order to build a spectroscopic virus detection model. So detection model is our goal, and we want to detect virus based on the spectral data. And what we did is we considered a bucket of similar respiratory viruses, not just focus on the COVID virus. We consider a bucket of similar viruses. If we can detect one of them, we should be able to detect others. So that is the hypothesis. And the respiratory viruses we considered include these ones: the RSV virus, the Sendai virus, influenza virus, rhinovirus, and finally the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And our vision, or the ultimate goal, is a spectrometer-fronted, cloud-based system for in situ virus detection. So this means that the detection model is hosted in the cloud, and you only need a spectrometer that can be very portable, and you can detect virus in your home, in your office, and in many different places as well. And the team of this project includes the computer scientists, spectroscopists who specialize in spectroscopy, and virologists who specialize in virus, from two universities, the Ulster University and Queen's University in Belfast, and also the Northern Ireland Virus Laboratory. And we have designed the research program that includes a number of studies. So in study one, we focus on the virus differentiation using the conventional approach. So this means we want to see whether we can differentiate the two viruses using the conventional approaches. And that includes the spectroscopy and also the chemometrics. And in the second study, we focus on the same problem, the same task, but using a different approach, which is deep learning. And in the third study, we consider novel approaches to virus detection. So by the end of the study two, we should have some insight, and then we need to design novel approaches to be able to address the virus detection more effectively. Okay, and the study one, let me turn on. Turn on my timer just in case. And so that is study one. And so the viruses we considered in study one are the RSV virus and the SEV virus. And we have a simple research question. Can we differentiate them? So that is a simple research question. But it turns out it is not so easy to answer this question. And the methodology includes these parts. So we need to measure the virus sample in the first place. So we need to have a measurement system, and the system is based on the NIR, the near infrared spectroscopy. And we need to have a protocol, and the protocol turns out to be very, very important. Once we have measured the virus, we have collected the data, then we need to do the data pre-processing and the data modeling as well. And because we focus on the traditional approach, so we use chemometrics. And so this shows the measurement systems. So at the center of the system is a spectrometer, that is the NIR spectrometer. And we have the light source, we have a computer, and we have a probe here. This is the probe. This is the probe. And another important part is the sample holder. So we build the sample holder by ourselves using 3D printing. And then we have the glass slide. And on top of the glass slide, we build the sample well, this little one, that is the sample well. It holds the virus sample. And then we have this one, this little one, that is called the reflectance standard. And then we have so that is the glass slide holder. So that is the measurement system. And the protocol is like this. So that is the type of virus we consider. And the virus we have purchased, virus stock. And the virus stock are stored in minus 80 degrees. At this temperature, all the biological processes stops. But when we measure the virus, we need to thaw the virus stock quickly in the 37-degree water bath before use. And the virus samples are diluted in PBS or DMEM. So PBS, DMEM, they are common the solutions to dilute virus samples. So they are sometimes also called the matrix or the medium as well, the different terms for this. So they are diluted in vials, that is a small tube, by using the 10-fold serial dilution. So that is a common method in virology. After that, we take a drop of 50 micromole of diluted virus, and then we put it onto the sample well of the glass slide. And we cover the glass slide by a cover slip for measurement. And then we use the probe to take the measurement. And for every virus sample, we took 50 spectra. And then we conducted 4 sessions in 2020, but many more sessions in 2021. So that is a picture of the lab. The lab here, you can see that we have. So these boxes. So on the left-hand side, so we use 2 boxes. So one box, in one box we prepare the virus sample, and in the second box we scan the virus sample. So that is a close-up of the box where we took the sample. So you can clearly see the spectrometer, and that is the light source, and so that is the sample holder. And the probe must point to the virus sample by fixed angle, so which is 45 degrees. And data pre-processing is quite important. And it is important because when you can clearly see from the right-hand side, when you plot the virus sample on the screen, that you can clearly see that they are quite different. They're quite different, even for the same virus sample, and the different spectra may look quite differently. And the difference may be caused by the shift, baseline shift, and it also may be caused by the scaling, different scaling factors as well. And the pre-processing method include, so we considered a wide range of pre-processing methods, but eventually we settled down on two main ones, the SNV and SG. So the SNV reduces the scaling differences between spectra, but SG removes the baseline offsets. And we have also considered the variable selection when we build detection models. And data modeling, we use the de facto standard method in chemometrics, which is the multivariate partial least square, the discriminant analysis method. So that is a description of this method, but I will skip it. So that is too detailed. And the experimental protocol is like this. So this is pretty standard in machine learning. So once we have collected a set of data, we split this data set into training and testing sets at the ratio of 3:1 over the various samples. And then in the training phase, we use tenfold cross-validation to optimize the model. And then we use the optimized model to predict on the testing set. So this is a pretty standard machine learning protocol. Now we have, and the result is like this. Now here is a plot of the raw data and the pre-processed data. So on the left-hand side, that is the raw data plot. And you can see that different color represent different virus. And even the same virus, their shape look differently. But after pre-processing, you can see that the same virus, they are quite, they are overlapping quite significantly. But you can still see the differences between different viruses. Okay, so the red and blue colors, they are not completely overlapping. So that is why we can separate the different viruses. Now this slide shows the PLSDA scores and the loadings of the NR spectra. So on the left-hand side, we have a plot of the spectral data to a space spanned by the latent variables from the PLSDA method. And you can see that the different colors are cleared, are separable to a great extent. So this means that the different viruses, so they occupy different positions in this space. And on the right-hand side, we have the loadings. So loadings is a concept in the PLS method. So that represents the contributions of different variables to a particular latent variable. So this is latent variable 1, and you can see that the different variables in the horizontal direction, they contribute differently. And now here is the test accuracy and the sensitivity. That is the result. And so on the raw data without any pre-processing, so the cross-validation gave us the 68% accuracy. So that is the cross-validation. And the prediction on the test set gave us 72.7% accuracy. And then the accuracy on the specific class, which is RSV, and that is also called the sensitivity as well. So the sensitivity for RSV is 73% and 72% for SCV. So that is the result for the raw data. And for the pre-processed data using this combination, and that is the set of result. The cross-validation gave us the 82%, and then the prediction on the test data gave us 83%. And the RSV sensitivity is 76, and the 86% for SEV. So that is decent. That is decent. So according to the one team member who is a virology professor, and he said, and anything 80%, anything above 80%, so that is usable to some extent. But if we process the data further by using the variable selection, we get higher result. And the cross-validation gave us this result, and the prediction on testing data gave us 85%, and the 73% for RSV, and the 90% for SEV. So that is a decent set of results. Although that is still not as high as 90%. 90% would be more desirable. Now I have a few visualization plots. So on the left-hand side, that is a plot of the data, without pre-processing. But this is not entirely the raw data. The raw data was measured as reflectance, but then we use a simple formula to turn it into absorbance. So this is the absorbance result. And you can see that the two viruses, they look quite different on the raw data. But if you pre-process the data, and you can see that they are almost identical. So this means that you may not be able to separate the different viruses after you pre-process the data. So this is one session of the data. But in a different session, and on the left-hand side we have the raw data, and on the right-hand side we have the pre-processed data. And you can see that after pre-processing, the two viruses can be separated. Then the two sessions have different results. And we had an analysis, and it turns out, and some conditions are slightly different. And then we learned that a slight difference in the measurement condition can make a big difference. So we have modified the data collection protocol, and then we've used the protocol consistently later on. Okay, and now here is the observations from the first study. So this study demonstrated that the aqueous dispersion, so this means we put the virus in a liquid solution, that aqueous dispersion of the two common respiratory viruses can be differentiated with a high degree of accuracy based on the NIR spectral responses. So potentially we can have a simple, fast, low-cost solution for real-time and on-site virus pre-screening. So we can only say there's potential. I will explain why this is the case. But how to interpret their NIR spectral differences has not yet been elucidated. So we haven't got time to focus on this yet. So that is one task we have yet to complete. And the future work will include the interpretation of the differences, and then to use deep learning to enhance the accuracy. And then we design new approaches based on the insight. Okay, then the study 2 is on deep learning. So we have already completed the deep learning study as well. And we have written the paper, which is currently under review. And the rationale for using deep learning approach is we know that deep learning works well in sequence and spectral data as well. So if you search Google, then you should be able to find a lot of papers talking about deep learning applied in sequences and in spectral data. So our research question is, can we do better differentiation using deep learning? And the methodology is similar to the previous one, except the modeling method. We have included the convolutional neural network and also data augmentation. So the reason we include data augmentation is we know that the convolutional neural network works well only when you have a lot of data. If you don't have a lot of data, then it may not work well. And in our first study, the data set was around a few hundred. That should be 444 data instances. So that is quite small for deep learning. So we have to do data augmentation. Okay, and initially we use the one-dimensional convolutional neural network. So that is a straightforward and that is a quite obvious solution. But we read literature and people have found that 2D convolutional neural network may work better. So we considered both the 1D and 2D convolutional neural network. So here is a comparison of 1D and 2D applied to sequences. And here you can see that there is some differences when you have a lot of noises. And this is the architecture we designed in our study. And our spectra contains 512 12 values. So that is the number of the wavelength we consider. We consider two-dimensional convolutional model. So the first layer, that is a 32 by 16 by 1. So that is the layer. So effectively, we have a long sequence of 512. We chop it up. And each section is 32 values in length. And then we have 16 of these smaller vectors. Then we stack them one on top of another. That will give us the input. Then we do the batch normalization. We do the convolution using some kernels. And then we do these layers of pre-processing. So that is the architecture. Now this is the result of that of that 2D convolutional neural network applied to our data, the same data we use in study 1. So on the left side, we have the loss of the training and validation. And on the right hand side, we have the accuracy of both training and the validation. And you can see that the training curve goes down continuously, but the validation goes down but fluctuates quite a lot. So this means that there is still a degree of overfitting. So this means the data set is still not big enough. And again, the same pattern can be seen on the right, that is the accuracy as well. So there is a degree of overfitting. But the dilemma is it is very difficult to collect data, to collect any more data. So we have spent a lot of hours and hours collecting that data. So that is the summary of the test accuracy on raw and pre-processed data of different methods. So the virus in PBS medium, and we have the result on the raw data and the result on the pre-processed data. So we consider a number of the machine learning methods, including the KN, PLSDA, and then some variant of PLSDA, that is the local weighted PLSDA, and the support vector machine, extreme learning machine, and the 1D CN and 2D CN. So the table at the bottom, so that is the result based on the DMAM medium. So in other words, the virus are measured in DMAM. And clearly you can see that the convolutional neural network produce better result consistently, except in one case. So in this particular case, and the PLCA gave a better result, 87%. But generally, the convolutional neural network produce better result. Okay, so that is a different way of seeing the comparing the result. That is more visual. Now we look at the sensitivity of each individual virus. So that is the sensitivity figures. And you can see that the SEV is more sensitive than the RSV. So the RSV is more difficult to detect than the SEV virus. For the SEV virus, in many cases, we can detect with 100% accuracy. So this is a visualization of the virus data, virus data. And so this is the unprocessed data. So this is the process. So this is the pre-processed data. So this is so this is based on the latent variable. So the latent variable, that means we have already used the supervision information. And you can see that once that information is considered, the two viruses are more separable. So the bottom two are the data that is produced by the convolutional neural network. So that is a plot of the data before the complete, before the fully connected layer in the convolutional neural network. And so this one is the output of the fully connected layer in the convolutional neural network. So you can see that after processing by this pipeline, the two classes of data are clearly separable. Okay, so the conclusion from our second study is this. And the convolutional neural network models achieve test accuracies of more than 90% in most cases, significantly exceeding the reference classifiers commonly used in chemometrics. And the increase of class separability can be visually observed from the pre-processed and the output of the network. So this study reinforces the conclusion from study one. And the future work will focus on research to enable utilizing this capability in virus detection. So far, we can only say that the RSV virus and SCV virus can be separated based on the NIR data. But how to detect the virus, there are still challenges. So which is the focus of study 3. Novel approaches to virus detection based on our insight. Now, so this is our insight from the previous studies. So if we take the virus detection as a machine learning problem, then, okay, my time is almost up. Then this machine learning problem has these characteristics. So virus differentiation is a small data learning problem. So that is because we don't have we don't have a large amount of virus data. Now here is some statistics about the data collection exercise. So the team consists of 2 people working together. They can only scan 10 virus samples per hour. Only 10 virus samples per hour. And for each virus sample, we take 50 spectra. And in each section, we spend about 5 hours. So the live virus must be handled in class 2+ labs. So in Queen's University, they do have this lab. So this means that you cannot multiply your team that easily. So there is a limitation by the laboratories. And typical data set for analysis. So we have 50 virus samples, and the spectra is of this size, so the 512 dimension. But if you want to consider 10 spectra per virus, so you only end up with 500 data points. And we also consider the Raman data collection as well. But the Raman is even slower. So one person can scan only 2 virus samples per hour. So that is very time consuming. So, and then each scan, you can only obtain 1 spectra per virus sample. So as a result, and the Raman is not suitable for data-driven approach. And so that is the first conclusion. And the second one is virus detection is a subsumption operation, or that is the part of operation. It is not a differentiation operation. So the virus can be presented along with many other different biological substances. So a nose swab, a nose or throat swab that is commonly seen nowadays. So that swab from one person is unlikely to be identical to another one from a different person based on their spectral data. So even if both swab contains the same virus, so we need to check if a swab contains a virus, not to check if the swab is the same as the virus. So the detection operation is a part of operation. So we have the virus signature, and then we have a data sample. We want to check if this signature is part of your data sample. So that operation is what I call the subsumption operation rather than the differentiation. So we still have mileage to do in order to achieve the goal of virus detection. And importantly, the virus detection needs data pre-processing. And so the virus signal is so weak that even small variations in data measurement conditions can make a big difference, as I illustrated in earlier. So in the ongoing work includes, we focus on how to deal with the small data learning problems. And so I don't have time to talk about these ongoing works. I do have a lot of slides. The small data learning, and that is a challenge. And there are some challenges. These are the specific challenges with small data learning. Overfitting is the biggest challenge. You can see the impact of overfitting. So when you have when you don't have a lot of data, and it is difficult to find a model that is accurate. When you have some more data, but not enough, you still have overfitting. The blue points represent data. But when you have a lot of data, you can find a good fitting. That is an illustration of the noise and outliers. And there are some techniques for dealing with small data sets. So these are the common techniques for dealing with small data sets. Regularization is quite effective methods. So we have tried this. And the visualization is another one. And so we tend to use a data-driven approach. But sometimes if you don't have a lot of data, visualization may be a good way of analyzing your data. And data augmentation is a good method as well. But you cannot multiply your data too excessively. We only had around the 500 data instances, and we typically augment it to become 2,000. If we go over 2,000, it doesn't make much differences. And some specific learning methods are commonly used in the literature to deal with small data sets, including transfer learning, meta learning, zero-shot learning, and so on. And my preferred method is learning by conservative generalization. So this means that we know that learning is a generalization process. And if you have a lot of data, then you can generalize to cover the whole space. But if you don't have a lot of data, you only generalize, you don't overgeneralize. And so you can generalize to get a partial model to cover only part of your data space. So that is my preferred method. Okay, I have no time to finish all the slides. So I want to quickly draw a conclusion. Okay, to conclude, and the virus differentiation using NIR spectroscopy is possible. And the virus differentiation is a small data learning problem, but the virus detection is what we want. It is not differentiation. It is part of operation. And the virus detection needs data pre-processing. And in terms of the project, it is still ongoing. And we can't say for sure virus detection by NIR spectroscopy is definite, but we are quite optimistic. So therefore, the overall conclusion is it is still potentially possible to detect virus using a portable NIR spectrometer at home in the future virus outbreak. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Because we have not so much time right now, and so we didn't take a question from the audience right now. We will send you the question by email.
Yeah.
And can you send us the slides so we will be shared among the participants?
Yes, I will.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you.
Hope to see you very soon, physically.
Okay. I look forward to it.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Adamov. Professor Dr. Adamov is a director of Center of Data Analytics Research and faculty member at the School of Information Technology and Engineering, ADA University. He is the founding chairman of the IEEE Azerbaijan Computer Society since 2011 and senior member of IEEE. Professor Adamov is the founding general chair of the IEEE International Conference on Application of Information and Communication Technologies and the chairman of the International Forum on Big Data at Baku. He offers a number of modules in the graduate and undergraduate program, including big data, applied data, data mining, internet technologies, object-oriented analysis and design, web programming. Furthermore, Professor Adamov has over 20 years of working experience in cross-sectoral ICT research and development as a professor, consultant, and solution provider. He initiated, managed, and successfully deployed several large projects related to the effective use of ICT in industry and education. So now I request Professor Adamov, please share your screen and start the presentation. You have 20 minutes time.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello.
You hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
It's a pleasure to see you, and thank you for providing this opportunity. I'm happy to be even virtually with you all.
Yes.
Now let me share my screen.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, so you can see.
Yes.
Okay, so my talk about high performance computing and massive parallel processing for machine learning at scale. Of course, this topic is quite wide topic, which includes many cross-disciplinary issues. But today, because of time restrictions, I will make emphasize just on that first part related to high performance computing, and I will look to two different concepts which help us to process huge amounts of data. And as we know, the machine learning, deep learning, and generally artificial intelligence today is very much computing consuming problems, which very much depends on, actually on the computation. And bringing the right computation to the right problem, of course, is very important. And of course, it's not necessary to talk about importance of the topic. If we consider let's talk about the most important achievements of humanity and allocate this achievement to the centuries, we can say 19th century possibly mostly about the using the steam technology for machinery, etc. So the 20th century is mostly about electricity, and 21st century we all living in possibly will be about AI. Of course, there are a lot of speculative questions about really it is AI, really it is intelligence, what we name artificial intelligence, but I will not go to that topic, but I will make emphasis on the problem itself. So first of all, I will try to explain what is the problem of big data computation, and we all agree. So actually, how a big data problem appear and how it actually why we today talking about this, and we all agree that we can't actually deal with big data problem using some traditional platform. So we need something external, something specially designed to manage, to store, to process huge amounts of data. So the solution is actually about bringing distributed systems where we have many computers and our data and computation spread it over many machines, and we divide our job to many subtasks and allocate them to different computers. But there are some problems which we should deal with. So how to split work across the machines and how to move data over the network, and how to deal with potential problems. So many machines we have in our cluster most probably will have, and the probability of failing by any of our machines increase tremendously, depending on the number of machines we have. So this is actually problems we should deal and answer to how to deal with them. So here you see actually that problem, how our traditional platforms get to be weak when it comes to big data processing. So let's imagine we have a 3 terabyte file, we have just 1 terabyte hard drive, and the only way to process this 3 terabyte file is to put it to 3 separate computers possibly. So what is problem here? Problem is even that transfer from the one computer to another through network, it's a quite expensive and time-consuming process. So it will take about 2 up to 3 hours in order to transfer 1 terabyte from one computer to another. Depending on the performance of network, depends on performance of IDE, whether we use SSD. At some time, if everything good, it will take not less than 30 minutes. When it comes to computation, of course, we can't process 1 terabyte data on a 1 terabyte capacity laptop. What we should do, we should possibly transfer this data to another computer, to supercomputer, in order to process it and bring results back. But here again, we have transformation problem. It will take time until we move data to another platform and get result back. But when it comes also to processing 3 terabyte file on the traditional platform, it will take too long. Depending on the type of processing, it might take actually days, weeks, months. Okay, of course, there's not something which we can be satisfied with. So it is for sure, traditional platform does not work with big data, and of course, can't help us to work with machine learning in scale. Why we're talking all about this now? Here on this graphic, you see the exponential growth of digital universe over years, and right now we have about 80 zettabytes of data available. If we look to capacity of hard drives, it looks very much scary. We have today that storage with capacity of 100 terabytes. And these devices, possibly some of you and I had experience of working with floppy disks, which has capacity of 1.2 megabytes. And you see on your tips of fingerprint, you can hold actually terabytes of storage. When it comes to cost of storing 1 gigabyte file or using 1 gigabyte. So if we look to ATs, in order to store 1 gigabyte file, you should spend 1.2 million. So cost of 1 gigabyte storage was $1.2 million. Can you imagine this? But now it is almost zero. When it comes to computation power, you see here how actually it increased exponential. Of course, if we look to CPU performance, the Moore law, according to which each 18 months the performance or number of transistors per chip increase 2 times. But when it comes to GPU, it actually grows exponentially if we compare with computation power of CPUs, thanks to actually to the architecture of GPUs, which we will review a little bit later. So in terms of cluster computing or data-driven computing, we have a very good platform or ecosystem, which name is Hadoop. Hadoop, which divided actually to 2 different cores. It's about HDFS. Actually, if we look to Hadoop as operating system for big data, so it's as any operating system, it divides to 2 parts. It's a file system and computation. In terms of file system, we have HDFS, Hadoop distributed file system, and in terms of computation, we have actually a YARN, yet another resource negotiator, which actually responsible for applying computation. And the default principle is MapReduce, but it's quite flexible, and there also other computation concepts can be applied. And one of a quite good concept also some of you are familiar with is Spark platform, which actually provide in-memory processing for the big data and streaming data. And here you see some classification of the components coming from Hadoop ecosystem, including the intelligence, processing, data management, and for example, Hive is actually the database management system, which actually help us to organize the huge amounts of data in a structured way, and it can be used for many business problems. And each HBase actually is NoSQL database, which designed on top of Google's technology, a big table. Cassandra is another NoSQL database. And all of these actually can work, what is good, can work on the top of HDFS. HDFS is, as I mentioned, is Hadoop distributed file system, which actually help us to resolve all problems I mentioned about. Okay, let's move forward. So when it comes to data-driven computation, we can a little bit go back and look to traditional architecture, which was in use in early 20s, when we had just the operating system per physical computer. But thanks to hypervisors, to virtualization technology in starting from 2000, we was able to use machines more effectively, dividing them to virtual machines. But today, we actually going a little back, and actually when it comes to big data platforms, it's better to have physical machines than divide the power of machines to virtual machines. So thanks to Hadoop layer, it actually can combine the performance, the storage of many machines together in order to form cluster, which actually can help us to process and store big data. Here actually how it looks like the classical system where we have, let's say, the storage and we have supercomputer, which actually can help us to bring data from our storage to supercomputer to apply the processing and put it back. Of course, when we bring data from the storage to a supercomputer, of course, it takes time. It's quite expensive. But what new concept allow us to avoid the movement of data. So what we're doing here, we actually bring in computation to data, but not data to computation. Bringing data to computation, it's too expensive because data is quite big. But when it comes to computation, computation is about just the code of the program. So it is more efficient to bring computation to data than data to computation. So this is actually a difference of distributed computing based on actually a Hadoop platform. And when it comes how this distributed platform works, so actually if you look to HDFS architecture, client, first of all, if client need to put data to a cluster, it applies to a master node, which is a name node. Name node actually is boss of our cluster. It knows everything about cluster, which data stored where. So here is our cluster, okay, where we may have many nodes. It may be hundreds or thousands nodes, and all of them connected to each other, and all of them are equipped with specific software of clients of HDFS in order to manage data and apply the processing. When client want to put data to a cluster, it applies to name node, and name node return back with request to divide file into blocks, because all files divided to blocks in HDFS. So actually, it is not something new. In any file system, files are divided to blocks. For example, in Windows, the default size of blocks is 512 bytes. In Linux, it's about 4 kilobytes, but you can manage. You can change the size of blocks. But when it comes to HDFS, the size of blocks is very big. So it's in Hadoop 1, the size of blocks was 64 megabytes. In Hadoop 2, it's 128 megabytes. So how actually it works? Name node share the list of data nodes for each block. So, and according to instructions shared by a name node, clients start to put blocks to appropriate data nodes. And actually, as you see, we have 3 replicas of each data block. As a result, it actually solves a lot of problems. In case of having any fail by any of our nodes, we will not lose any data because each portion of data has 3 replicas. If 1 fail, we have 2 others. If 2 fail, we have a 3rd copy of the same data. The same happens with each of blocks. And also another problem which we mentioned about the slow nodes. So if we have, let's say, 3 replicas of the same data on 3 data nodes, and one of these nodes is quite slow, so we have other 2, and mass high performance node which contains same data can be requested to process the data. Okay. And here actually the concept of MapReduce, what happens? We have huge amounts of data, data divided, actually mapped, it divided to subsets and allocated to specific data nodes. After we apply the sorting, it may be shuffling, depending on what kind of task we want to do. And after it reduced, and we have results of processing. What is good? So this is actually how usually we as humans work. So if we have something very large project, so what we do, we divide large project to subtasks and distribute them to many people, and say each of them doing locally and deliver results to the, let's say, project manager. Same with also MapReduce concept. We have huge amounts of data, we divide them to subsets, distribute to independent data nodes. They process locally, applying local resources, and bring results back, collecting results together. And here you see actually how it works. Right. Okay, here you see our cluster, our research center actually, which equipped with appropriate software of Hadoop ecosystem based on Cloudera distribution. Okay, so it was about cluster computing, data-driven cluster computing. Now we will talk about massive parallelization based on GPU. So here is Flynn's taxonomy, which actually described 4 different concepts in a parallelization task. So here you see that structure of single instruction, multiple data concept, when we have single instruction which parallelly apply to many instances of the data. Here is another concept of applying multi-instructions to multiple data. So we have multi-instructions and each different instruction applied to different data. So if we go to CMD, CMD actually is one of the widely used concept, and also GPUs, which widely used for computation, for training, for deep learning, etc. It's a very widely used concept is SIMD. MIMD actually is not so widely used. It's used by supercomputers, and partially we can say it also used by multi-core CPUs. Right now we frequently using. And single instruction, single data is not very much useful and not very frequently used, but just possibly same as multiple instructions, single data. They just used by special devices which process very limited data. If I am not mistaken, in 67, it's actually about it actually teaches us not all processes can be parallelized. Generally, parallelization parallelizable, but generally tasks have the part which is not parallelizable. For example, in order to process data, we should actually acquire data, we should store data, we should read data, possibly pre-process data, and just small part of all process can be parallelizable, where possibly we apply some functions to our data when we process the data. And larger parallelizable part of our process, of course, a better gain we will have in terms of parallelization. When it comes to GPU programs, there, of course, today a lot of offerings from companies, and one of the well-known is NVIDIA, which GPUs are must demanded, not just in the community of researchers, but also among cryptocurrency miners. That's why actually we researchers, and same actually for gamers, they can't sometimes afford this equipment because of high demand, because of a lot of people using same devices for the mining of cryptocurrency. And they're ready to pay much higher than people who apply in the research and including gamers. Actually, of course, the GPU is one part of that process, and you know, the parallelization is quite a complicated process, and parallel programming is the area which available just for professionals who understand the architecture of CPU on GPU, etc. But there are some platforms which help us to abstract the complexity of massive parallel programming. So one of these platforms is CUDA. CUDA actually is platform available for NVIDIA GPUs. There's actually a parallel programming model which help us to abstract from all complexity of parallel programming. It takes actually all low-level management of the processes, including the memory allocation, memory management, processing management, to actual platform itself. And we can just focus on things, on the processes, on the logic of the process we want to apply to our data. It's actually implemented in C++, what make it quite fast. But there are also extensions for many other languages which available for developers, and also machine learning professionals. Some terminology from CUDA is kernel. Kernel actually is the small program which can be applied to each core. So the main idea here, what I just talked before, bringing the computation to the data. And it is about the single instruction, multiple data. When we have instruction like kernel, the piece of program which we can bring to each core and apply this program to the local data, to data which we store within the specific core. Thread is actually execution of the kernel in a specific core. Core is small processing unit in GPU. Sometimes we name it ALU. Warp is block of 32 threads which can run simultaneously. So we can actually manage just warps, and we can apply same instruction to all threads within the same warp. A block is a 1, 2, or 3-dimensional threads. So in order to ease the process of management, of course, it would be quite difficult to manage each thread because we have 1,000 threads. So it's going to be quite difficult to manage each of them independently. So it's why we combine them to blocks and to grids in order to manage them massively. And SM is a streaming multiprocessor, generally same, we can say same concept as, partially same concept as for CPUs when CPU divided to cores. So also a GPU divided to several streaming multiprocessors, which can help to assign totally different jobs to different multiprocessors. On this slide, you see the actually primary difference between CPU and GPU. If in CPU we have, let's say, several cores, which quite powerful. Of course, we can compare cores available in CPU and GPU, but in GPU we have 1,000 cores. And that's why if we can parallelly apply several processes in CPU, but we can apply 1,000 parallel processes in GPU. And each of these core can contain different data. Or let's say we just assign the array. For example, we're doing some machine learning training. So it's about actually having, let's say, different elements of array and applying some process to all these elements, applying some function. So actually, we spread all elements to the cores and bring a single instruction to all of them in order to process data locally. And generally, a CPU and GPU working together. So if we have the application, so part of this application actually run by CPU, and part which is parallelizable, what I talked earlier, can be run on a GPU. GPU is not enough flexible in order to run processes independently from CPU. So actually, it is about heterogeneous computation where CPU and GPU working in tandem. So CPU mainly designed for a low latency, and actually that cache, which is quite large if we compare the amount of cache available, cache memory available in CPU and GPU, what actually allow low latency access to that data. And of course, the control logic more powerful in CPU than in GPU, because of course, even if we have a small amount of cores, but they are more powerful. In terms of GPU, it actually designed for data parallel throughput computation when we have huge amounts of data and we want to process this data parallelly. And architecture tolerant and more transistors dedicated to computation, but not to logic. That's why actually GPU can't work independently from CPU. It needs support from CPU in terms of bringing logic to computation. And here actually how the interaction between CPU and GPU take place. So actually, initially CPU sends instructions to the memory, send actual data and instructions to the memory of GPU, and apply all of them, the instruction to all data. And after processing, the GPU actually share results with global memory of the CPU. And here actually how it works with threads. Actually, I mentioned about blocks can be one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional. So here you see the addressing of blocks in different dimensionality for the single dimension, for two dimension. Actually, addressing of like in any matrix, or in three-dimensional or multi-dimensional space. And we can actually manage, we can access to a specific thread in case of necessity. Actually, here how grids look like. Grids actually consist of blocks. So that threads actually combine to blocks and blocks to grids. But grids are not three-dimensional. They can be just two-dimensional space. And logical and physical architecture. So in terms of a logical architecture, threads is actually minimum computation we can apply to a GPU. Each thread executed within the CUDA core, and thread blocks can be executed within the streaming multiprocessors, and grids within GPU units. So each grid actually can be applied to different streaming multiprocessor. Here you see the progress in NVIDIA GPUs, starting from 2008 with Tesla. You see how from year to year, actually, processors increase. It increased actually the available memory and processing power of the GPUs. This is actually names of generations of GPUs, starting from Tesla, Fermi, Kepler, Maxwell, Pascal, and Ampere. Ampere is last one, coming after the Volta. And here are some parameters of well-known and widely used GPUs. And you see here the architecture or generation of CPUs, starting from Tesla and the prime GPU, which is A100, very powerful. And we at the AD University ordered 2 of these GPUs, which expected to come by the end of January, for using them for some training, for language processing, for computer vision, etc. And you see some parameters of them, including number of available cores, the tensor cores, memory, bandwidth, etc. Here is the by the time when it was announced, it was the largest GPU in the world. That just it's enough to say about the weight of this GPU was 28 kilograms. It actually bring together power of 8 A100 GPUs. So all of them consolidated together using specific special communication based on special switch from well-known companies, which actually make it, but of course, this kind of GPU available for just large institutions, which professional doing data processing, trainings, etc. And as a conclusion, I just wanted to mention, when it comes to the platforms available for data-driven data processing or data-driven computation, and especially I mean that Hadoop ecosystem. Actually, Hadoop ecosystem is quite a large platform and heavy platform, but big does not mean slow. Actually, Hadoop several times proved this truth, becoming winner in several computing competitions. And it was first time when that platform written in Java become the winner of a competition. General, of course, you know that Java applications are considered to be slower than other platforms like C, C++. But thanks to its architecture, to embodiment of all these solutions within the platform, it actually even it written in the Slava platform, but overall architecture brings very much powerful and speed. And when it comes to smaller things like parallel processing, small does not mean. So when we look to GPUs, actually that they are very small cores. If you compare with CPU cores, they are very small. They are not much powerful, but when you bring together thousands of them, same as you see on this image, ants, when thousands or millions ants come together, they actually really, it's power. So small does not mean actually weak. And the word from Richard Hammond that purpose of computing is insight, not numbers. So numbers actually is just, we can look like tools, but when we apply computation to these numbers, we can have insight. But in order to have right insight, we should apply the computation to many, many numbers, which require right computation for the right problem. And depending on the problem, of course, that cluster computation and massive parallel processing, especially for the tasks like machine learning, deep learning, are very, very important. Okay, thank you very much for your patience and listening. If you have questions, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Adamov, because we are running short of time. So we didn't take question answer right now. We will email you the question answer.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and can you please send us the slide so we will share among the participants?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
I will.
oh. Thank you, Adamov. Thank you once again.
Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor. And to all the participants, that ends our technical session number 2. Just a gentle reminder, tomorrow we are starting at 9 o'clock. First lecture would be at 9 o'clock and it's a virtual lecture. So let's try to be here by 8:50. That's it for today. And thank you so much, Professor, for the lecture. And that would be all.